jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning and welcome back. Happy Wednesday. As you may know, we are starting a little bit late. I again take full responsibility for any delays. Please do not hold that against the attorneys, the parties, or anyone else. I'm the captain of the ship, and if it leaves late, I'm responsible. So, the first question that I have of you is whether any of you were exposed to any reports about this case from the time you left the courtroom yesterday and the time that you returned, by show of hands. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Did any of you discuss this case, either amongst yourselves or with anyone else between the time that you left yesterday and the time that you came back into the courtroom now? Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. On Nicole. I have no updates. Nicole, the tropical storm or potential hurricane, I have no updates at this time. I am monitoring, and they have advised us, the chief judge has, that they will let us know when, if any, decisions are made regarding the courthouse tomorrow. But as of right now, I don't have anything. Depending on what happens, and including if the schools are closed but the courthouse is not, I will then have additional conversations with you about any inconveniences or conflicts that you may have. So just wanted to let you know, because I told you yesterday I'd follow up, and as of right now I know nothing more than I knew yesterday. So we are now, we want to pick up where we left off. I'll turn to the state and ask them to please call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Dr. Ashley Perkins.
Dr. Perkins. Microphone on. Dr. Perkins, good morning and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Right, Doctor, if you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair at the end of the ramp, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjusted. You let me know when you're ready, and then I'll let the attorneys ask you some questions.
Good morning, Lenny.
All right, Mr. Dirks, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Doctor. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Dr. Ashley Perkins. I am an associate medical examiner with the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office.
All right, as an associate medical examiner, as a forensic pathologist, can you give us the benefit of your training, education, or other experience which qualifies you for your position?
Sure. In 2007, I received a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from the University of Missouri. 2009, I received a Master's in Biomedical Science from Midwestern University. In 2015, I received a Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine from the Arizona College of Osteopathic Medicine. From 2015 to 2019, I did a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, and then I was board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology in 2019. From 2019 to 2020, I did a forensic pathology fellowship with the University of South Florida and Hillsborough County, and I was board certified in forensic pathology in 2020.
All right, then as an associate medical examiner with the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office, how many autopsies have you performed?
Over 850.
And so you were in that capacity in May of this year, correct?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the early morning hours of May 28th, 2022. Were you asked to respond to the scene where a body was found on Kite Ridge Road
Yes, sir.
in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
And did you go there?
I did.
tell us about what time you arrived?
I arrived around 5:30 in the morning.
And when you arrived at 5:30, were there other officers of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office there as well?
Yes.
Did you have any discussion with them, get an idea of what you were going to be asked to do as it relates to the scene?
Yes, I was given a brief summary of the events.
And after you were given a brief summary of the events, what did you do?
I photographed the scene as is, which had already been sealed off by sheriff's officers, and I approached the body once I was given the go-ahead that they had collected the evidence that they needed. The body was already covered with a sheet. I photographed as is, and then I removed the sheet from the body and proceeded to do my external examination.
All right, I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification, State's Exhibit number 28.
You may.
I'll show you some photographs which comprise State's Exhibit number 28, and I'll mark them A through A through H. If you would take a look at those photographs and tell me if you can identify them.
What was the number, Mr. Kurtz?
I have 28 A through H.
Yes, these appear to be photographs from the scene.
From the scene that you just described?
Correct.
And they fairly accurately depict the scene, or portions of the scene as you found them.
Yes.
Participants would offer into evidence State's Exhibit 28 A through H.
Other than previously discussed, any additional objections at this time?
Nothing additional.
They'll be admitted.
And Your Honor, I have permission to publish when necessary. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's talk. You mentioned to us that there was a sheet covering Kay Baker.
Yes.
You removed the sheet, eventually removed the sheet, and then was there another sheet replaced eventually?
I bring along a clean, brand new, never been opened evidence sheet. So once I do my external examination as is, then I roll her onto the clean evidence sheet.
All right, then let me show you. First, let me ask a couple questions. Did you notice any apparent injuries to Kay Baker?
Yes.
And from your external examination at the scene, what could you tell? What could you determine from those injuries, at least generally speaking?
Generally speaking, she had several wounds to the neck that were fairly deep. I couldn't assess the depth at the time of examination. There was quite a bit of blood around the neck, but there were at least a few wounds on the neck.
All right, let me show you what has then been marked as 28A, and I'll publish that now. See if I can get that. My training from Mr. Diaz to get it. Okay, what are we looking at there on that photograph?
So we're looking at her left side of the neck, and there's a large injury here. It appears to be sharp force injury.
Okay. (28B). Same question. What are we looking at here?
So we're still on the left side of her neck. And again, above this black object, am I allowed to stand up and?
You actually you said that, and I believe that there is a yardstick somewhere around there that you can use as a pointer.
If I may,
Sorry.
Dr. Perkins, here's, if you'd like to use this, you can.
Oh, sure.
So here we're seeing a smaller sharp force type injury.
All right, that's B. Next we have is C. If you would take a look at C and orient us if you can. Is it better like this or like this? What would,
First way on it.
first way, like this?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're on her right side. This is her right ear, right side of her neck. Her collarbone is right here, and there's a sharp force injury in the center of the photo.
Thank you. And here's D, 28D. We would take a look at that.
And this is just an as-is photo before we've removed any clothing of her legs.
So, when you say as is, that's the first observation you made of her.
Yes.
28E.
We're looking at her feet as is before we've manipulated the body.
And here's 28F.
So I placed a clean evidence sheet on the ground, rolled the body, and so now we're looking at the back of her neck, and there's an incised wound here.
28G.
And this is a photograph after I rolled her onto the new evidence collection sheet, just to observe for any injuries.
And 28H.
And again, this is just an overall photograph of her legs and her feet after she's been rolled.
All right. All right. Do you recall whether, with the assistance of the sheriff's office, Kay Baker's hands were bagged?
Yes.
Yeah. And tell us why the hands were bagged and what's the purpose for that.
So we allow law enforcement to take any swabs at the scene to collect for any evidence. Once that occurs, the hands are placed in these paper collection bags to preserve any evidence during transport from the body from the scene to our office, where we'll continue to collect more evidence, do fingernail clippings, scrapings, things like that, to assess for DNA that may potentially be under the nails.
All right. Is there anything of significance that you can recall doing at the scene?
Just assessing for the potential injuries and taking photographs as is of the decedents, and other than that.
All right. Did you stray away from the immediate vicinity of the body to see any other evidence, or did you basically maintain your focus upon the body or within feet of the body?
Correct. I stay with the body and within feet of the body.
Did you notice any what appeared to be blood at the scene at or near the body?
Yes.
Tell us about that, if you would, please.
Of course, there was a large pool of blood underneath the body where her body physically was, and I didn't measure it, but within a couple feet. The body was placed between two houses, and one of the houses on the sidewall did have what appeared to be blood.
All right. Other than those observations in that work that you did, is there anything of significance that you did at the scene before we move on?
No.
All right, let's then move on. I presume then the body was eventually transported to the medical examiner's office, or you did some additional work. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about preliminaries. Did before you actually performed the autopsy, was there any either evidence collection, photographing, anything like that done before you began the actual autopsy process?
Yes. Once the body arrives at the medical examiner's office, I'm present for when our autopsy technicians, who are the ones responsible for logging in the body, open the bag, and I watch them process the body. I don't physically process it myself, but they will collect hair, fingernail clippings, and I observe the process as it occurs.
And do you recall whether or not there may have been also a representative from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office there as well?
Yes.
And do you recall whether that officer may have also participated in the collection of or the acquisition of evidence relating to the body of Kay Baker?
Yes, they will swab the hands for whatever evidence they wish.
Now, any of those items that were collected by your office, for example, were fingernail clippings obtained?
Yes.
And were any of those sort of exhibits or items eventually turned over to the sheriff's office?
Yes. Once they're collected, they're sealed in evidence envelopes, photographed, and then given into police custody.
All right. You finished that process. What was the next step in the process of performing the autopsy of Kay Baker?
She is placed in, full body radiographs are completed on the body before I do an external examination. And then I, from head to toe, just do an external examination, noting not only injuries, but identifying factors, hair length, eye color, any natural diseases she may have that may be present on the outside. I take measurements of the injuries that are present. I take dirty photographs before I manipulate anything on the body. I take clean photographs to give a better idea of what the injury looks like in totality. And then I proceed to an internal examination, which is the formal autopsy.
All right. The condition of Kay Baker was displayed in those photographs. Was her body then cleaned eventually as part of the process?
Yes.
So the photographs that we may see from the autopsy, those are after the cleaning process takes place. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you some additional photographs, if I may, and ask you if you can identify them.
What's the number, Mr. Dirks, or numbers?
I have here 59, 60, and 61.
59, 60, and 61. Thank you.
Back in just a moment, John. If I may first approach with your and show you what has been marked for identification, Stacy exhibit number 59A to W. Have you had an opportunity to look at those photographs?
Yes,
And do you recognize them?
I do.
And what are they?
Autopsy photos taken during my autopsy.
And of the autopsy of Kay Baker,
Correct.
was this autopsy assigned a number?
Yes.
Would you please tell us what that number is?
Yes. 22-04991.
Any of those photographs early enough to depict the photographs of the autopsy in this case?
Yes.
Now, the state offers exhibit number 59.
Other than previously discussed, any objections?
None other than previously discussed.
All right, they'll be admitted at this time. It is 28A through H.
Thank you.
28 has already been admitted. This is 59.
I apologize. It is 59A through W. Thank you very much, Mr. Kane.
Next we have, number 60. I'm going to show you 60A through L. Actually, if you would take a look.
Say that again, 60A through L.
Correct, Your Honor. And Doctor, have you looked at those photographs?
I have.
And do you recognize them?
I do. I do.
And are they accurate photographs of the autopsy
Yes.
of Kay Baker? Thank you. The state offers states exhibit 60A through L, Your Honor.
Any objection?
As previously noted.
All right, they'll be admitted 60A through L. Will be admitted this time.
Thank you. And then the last two photographs I'm going to ask you to look at, if I may, is exhibit number 61, A through B. Do you recognize A and B?
Yes.
And are those photographs from the autopsy of Kay Baker?
Yes.
Thank you. Now the state offers 61A and B.
Other than previously discussed, any additional objections at this time?
No additional objections.
61A and B will be admitted at this time.
And may the state publish when appropriate and necessary.
You may vote.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, before I get into the photographs, you mentioned that you did first an external examination, including other things, to find out if there was anything in the external examination which may give you a clue, other than the injuries that we've made mention of, which gives you a clue that there was some either disease or morbidity going on with Kay Baker other than those injuries.
Correct.
There were none?
I did not see any.
Okay. All right. 61A. You saw a picture of some jeans on Kay Baker at the scene. Are those the same jeans?
Yes.
That's the front. And 61B. Same jeans as the back?
Yes.
Okay. And you earlier testified about the fact that Kay Baker's hands were bagged at the scene as well. I want to show you some other photographs. 60A. And do you recognize 60A?
Yes.
What is 60A?
It is the paper bags that were provided by law enforcement at the scene that were placed on the hands at the scene.
Okay. And does it indicate which hand this relates to?
Yes, this is the left hand.
Left hand, all right. And then I'm going to show you 60B. You recognize 60B?
Yes.
Let me see if I can zoom out a little bit. What is 60B?
So after the body has been processed, she's been fingerprinted at this point, hands have been cleaned up so that we can visualize the injuries, and now we are looking at photographs of the injuries on the left hand.
Okay. I'll ask you some more questions about those injuries in a few minutes. So after you made your observations, did you then begin the process of the autopsy of Kay Baker?
Yes.
All right, and in that process, did you identify any injuries that you believe are related to your investigation?
Yes.
First of all, let me show you what has been marked for identification in State's Exhibit number 59A. Do you recognize A?
Yes, this is an intake photo of the decedent.
All right. In your autopsy report, you noted a series of injuries that you noted.
Yes.
For the sake of clarity, why don't we go through those one at a time?
Okay.
So that, and then you can describe what injuries, what their significance is, and other parts about that. So let's start with one. In your autopsy report, you have Roman numeral 1. What is Roman numeral 1? And I'm going to try to pull up a photograph which will assist you in your description.
So the autopsy report is divided in the injury section in what would be sharp force injuries. That includes stab and incised wounds, stab wounds, being a wound type that's caused with something with a sharp edge to it that is deeper than it is wide. An incised wound is essentially a cut, so it's longer on the outside than it is deep. So the first section, incised wounds and stab wounds, Roman numeral 1 is a superficial incised wound to the face. These are all in order of, there's no implied chronology to these wounds and no implied significance in the order that they're placed in the autopsy report.
All right, so in other words, you're going to testify about multiple injuries, but you cannot say with any degree of medical certainty as to the order of those injuries when they occurred, the
Correct.
sequence. Just because we're going to go through them in 1 through 12 or 11 or 12 doesn't mean that was the first. Roman numerals 1 is the first, and Roman numeral 11 is the last.
Correct.
No order whatsoever.
Correct.
All right, the first Roman numeral 1 is that superficial injury. Is that the injury indicated on 60A that I showed you earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, would you point to that, please? Or I can. Is it this one here?
Yes.
All right.
So this is the lower right side of her face, what we call perioral region. They are centered about 7.5 inches below the top of her head and 1 3/4 inch right of her anterior midline. That's just to give some idea of trajectory. The wounds range from 2 to 3.3 centimeters in length, and they're oriented what we call obliquely, so in about a 2 to 9 o'clock position on her face.
All right. All right, and that was actually that was 59A, I believe, 59A. As you look at, as I show you 59B, does 59B also depict that same wound from a different angle?
Yes.
Here?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any characteristics about that wound which would indicate whether or not she was alive, the heart was pumping, which gives us any indication as to when those injuries might have occurred in relation to when Kay Baker died?
They're a little pale, so it's possible that it was what we call the perimortem state, so the heart's not pumping quite at the same level of what would be normal in life, so she could be potentially in the dying process when those occurred.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else of significance that you need to tell us about that particular injury before we go on to the next one?
No.
All right. Let's go move on to the next one. I think it's your Roman numeral number 2.
Correct.
All right. Let's go to that one.
So this is a large wound on the left side of the neck. Again, it's categorized as a sharp force wound because it showed features of both stab, again, deeper than it is wide type wound, and incised wound, so a large cut. So both features were noted in this injury on the left side of the neck. It went from the left postauricular region, so right behind the left ear, and continued to the front side of the neck, going from left to right. There was also another wound, so that was a large cut, and there was another wound that commingled with it, blended with it, that looked more like a stab wound, that was oriented a little more up and down versus the wound that was going from the left side of the neck to the right side of the neck, looked more like a cut. So both of these commingled, and this one appeared about 2 centimeters in length, but it was hard to tell the exact measurement based on the fact that it commingled with the larger wound. These wounds extended through the skin, went deep into the muscles on the side of the neck on the left side. It also cut the external and internal jugular veins on the left side. It cut the left common carotid artery, which is the major artery in the neck. The jugular veins are the major veins in the neck. And it went through the larynx, which is the upper portion of your airway. It completely transected that. And then as it continued to the right, it went more superficial and cut the skin.
All right. You gave us a lot of information. First of all, I want to show you a photograph and ask you, does that whether these photographs accurately depict that injury that you just described?
Yes.
Okay. That is C. That is 59C. And how about 59 D?
Yes.
All right, you told us a lot of things about that injury. You mentioned that there may be more than one actual wound.
Correct.
And I guess to us lay people, it looks like one wound. What causes you to think that it's possibly more than one wound?
So let me. So this wound is a large, essentially cut wound that's going from left to right. But this wound is oriented in a different fashion. So with the depth that it extended into the tissues, it appeared more like a stab wound, and then commingled with the cut wound.
And you mentioned that there were several parts of the neck that were involved in that wound. And I'd like you to, if you can, locate or describe those. And so I have 2 photographs here. Would this one work better to assist you, or would the other one, 59C, would that better assist you?
I believe this photo that you have.
Okay, let me focus in a little bit more. If you can, if there are any of those tissues that you described, if you can point to them and tell us a little bit about the structure of the neck so that we can have a better idea of what was involved.
Sure. So running approximately here on the photograph, that would be where her major veins are running, the jugular vein, the internal jugular vein, the external jugular vein runs a little bit more anterior. The common carotid artery is running with the internal jugular vein. They're both about this area. You can't see them in this photograph. They've been transected and they're very elastic, so they separate very easily and they retract. So we can't see it in this photograph, but you can see the number of muscles that have been transected, including the sternocleidomastoid, which is that big muscle on the front of the neck. It goes from your clavicle, the collarbone, to the top of the neck.
And so that all of us are clear as to your terminology, transected, what does that mean?
That means completely cut through.
I'm next going to show you, while we're on that wound, I'm going to show you another photograph to see if that can in any way further assist you in your description. This is Exhibit 59E, if you would look at 59E.
So again, we can't see the vessels that have been transected, nor can we see the larynx in this case. But you can see the depth of the injury. We can see the soft tissues, the muscles, the fatty tissue that covers the neck and is right underneath the skin are exposed in this case.
All right. And as you look at that photograph that I showed you before, is there any indication of injury or damage below the chest, or is that free of injury?
The chest appears free of injury.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Have we sufficiently described what is your Roman numeral 2, that wound?
Yes.
Okay. What is next?
There is an incised wound to the anterior portion of the neck. Actually, that photograph had it.
The one right here? This one here?
If you're going to go down, yes. So let me
Here?
point one of them. Yes.
Yeah.
So this is an incised wound to the neck. Again, like a stab type wound, and then the neck had a superficial incised wound. This didn't appear to have much in the with depth or do much damage other than staying superficial or on the top of the skin.
Okay, and again, I want to ask you the same question regarding that wound as I asked you regarding the other wound. Is there any indication as to whether or not Kay Baker's heart was pumping, whether there was any vital reaction to the body in reaction to that wound?
In this wound, it is mildly pale, so this could be perimortem. The previous wound, yes, she did have what we call vital reaction, so the heart was pumping during that injury.
All right, then as it relates to that previous wound, the large wound or wounds that we were talking about, what can you tell us about that as it relates to your opinions in this sequence of events and the observations that you made there at the scene?
Again, I can't say what came in what order, but I do know that her heart was pumping. She was alive when she received the large wound that we described in Roman numeral 2.
You mentioned that her larynx was transected?
Yes.
All right. Now, at that point, since it's the larynx or the voice box, could Kay Baker talk? Could she talk at that point?
At that point, once the larynx was transected, then she would not be able to make much noise, no.
All right. Then is there anything else about that Roman numeral 3 that we need to discuss, or should we move on?
No, we can move on.
Okay, let's move on to number 4.
Number 4 was also in that photograph.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So number 3 and number 4 were kind of on top of each other. So let me point to delineate a little bit.
See if I can.
Clarity. 3, 4. Number 4 is the stab wound. It's on the anterior portion of the neck. Again, this is slightly to the left of her midline. This wound penetrated through the skin. The anterior surfaces of the left side of the neck is also hit that sternocleidomastoid, so again, that big muscle that goes up from the back of the ear to your clavicle, your collarbone, hits some of the muscles that lie deeper to that, and superficially penetrated to the anterior body of cervical vertebra 7, so the spinal column.
And what sort of damage or injury did occur to that at C7?
So it penetrated to the point that it stayed on the outside of the spinal column. It didn't hit any nerve structures or the spinal cord that it's protecting.
Can you give us an idea of how much distance it would have taken to get to that point?
You have to do approximations. It's not like punching a wall or stabbing a wall. There's a lot of give with the soft tissues. So you could potentially have something very sharp that's not very deep, as long as there's enough force behind it in order to get to that point.
All right, same question regarding anything that you observed about that particular wound that could indicate whether Kay Baker's heart was still pumping at that time and attempting to, her body was attempting to address that wound.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the tissues around that also were hemorrhagic, so blood was pumping to that area, meaning her heart was pumping at the time she sustained this wound.
All right, anything else about that wound that you can tell us about, or can we move on to the next wound?
We can move on to the next.
Okay. What's next?
This is Roman numeral 5. This is a stab wound to the right side of the neck. We will need a different photo for this.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification as 59H. Does that help us?
Not quite.
Okay. This is another one of the right side of Kay Baker. Again, that one does not help us either.
No.
It's
It's right above the collarbone on the right side of her neck.
above one above the collarbone.
Mr. Dirk, you're welcome to give the doctor the stack and let her pick the one.
Sure.
These two are your best. This is a yes.
First, let's go with exhibit number 59W.
I'm sorry, W?
Well, maybe it's is it M?
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's W.
Yeah, it is W.
Where are the cancer? Right side of the neck, her ears about here, her chin is turned to the left. The collarbone's right about here. And we're talking about this
I'm sorry.
one. We're talking about this one here.
That one right there. Okay. Let me show you the other photograph while you're up. The one that you said would also help us. And this is B.
So, it's kind of hanging out in here in the fold of her neck.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's discuss that wound.
this is labeled Roman numeral 5 in my report, page 6. Essentially, this wound right above the collarbone, just below the right ear on the right side of the neck, and this extended through the skin. The right-sided sternocleidomastoid, so the big muscle on the neck, went through some of the muscles that lie right underneath it and penetrated into the first rib on the right.
All right, and can you tell us again the approximate depth of that wound?
The approximate depth was this one was a few centimeters. I did not note it in the report so that I can see.
All right, and again, I want to ask you the same questions about the vitality of the response of the body to that particular wound to help give us any indication as to whether or not Kay Baker was alive when that wound was inflicted.
Yes, so the wound path again was hemorrhagic, meaning blood was pumping to that area, so the heart was pumping during the time she sustained that injury.
Okay, and would that wound have caused Kay Baker to lose consciousness?
No.
All right, is there anything else about that wound that you haven't told us about that we should know?
No.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next wound. What number is that? Roman numeral what?
Roman numeral 6.
Number 6, okay.
This wound was also categorized as sharp force, meaning it had characteristics of both stab and cut type wounds.
Let me find it here. All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 59L. No, I'm sorry. It's 59V. V. Is that the wound we're talking about?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about that wound. Describe it for us, please.
So again, this had features of both stab and incised wounds, meaning portions of it were very deep and other portions of it showed more of a cut type motion to it. This wound was hemorrhagic, so the heart was beating during the time it was inflicted. It went through, the posterior surface of the right side of the neck into the right trapezius muscle and several other muscles that are on the posterior surface on the right side of the neck that work in holding the head up and for movement. And it extended all the way to the spinous process of cervical vertebra 3. So again, the bone of the spine. And it did not go through to the spinal cord.
So it went to the spinous process of cervical number 3, correct? And any damage to the spinous process other than enough for you to recognize it, or what?
It didn't fracture it entirely. It just left a very superficial indentation into the bone.
All right. So there was no damage to the spinal cord at that point?
Correct.
Was there any ever damage to the spinal cord in this case?
No.
All right. Was this wound fatal or potentially fatal?
Without medical intervention, this was potentially fatal.
But this wound also showed signs of hemorrhagic reaction,
Yes, sir.
indicating Kay Baker was alive when this occurred.
Yes.
All right. I see there's a shape to this wound. Is it one wound or is it more than one wound? Can you, based upon your observations and based upon your experience, kind of describe the potential scenarios of how this wound was inflicted?
So the top portion of the wound. So the top portion of the wound has the most depth to the injury. So it's potential that this is a stab, and then the shape of the wound shows movement, whether it was by her or whoever gave her the injury. So it's going deep here, and then it goes more superficial and down. So there's potential it's two wounds, one wound that was confluent. Those are both possibilities.
Thank you. All right. Anything else about that wound that you need to describe for us?
No.
Thank you. What's the next wound?
So this is Roman numeral 7. We're on the back portion of her neck, and it's an incised wound on that left portion of the neck. It's right underneath the hairline.
Okay. Show you what has been marked for identification of State's Exhibit Number 59C. Oh, is this? I'm sorry, it's 59U. Does that photograph depict the injury you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and tell us about that one, please.
So this is a very superficial wound. It's very pale. So this would be likely a perimortem injury based on the body's reaction to it. Blood loss has already occurred. Heart's not pumping quite as vigorously. She still could potentially have a heartbeat during this wound. It's very superficial. No major structures were injured in this.
When you say perimortem, just to make sure that we all are clear as to what you mean by that term, what does that mean?
Just in and around the time of death. So the heart could be slowing down significantly, but technically be pumping, but not enough blood flow to get to that area that would make it look a little bit more hard to distinguish between whether the heart was pumping or not pumping at that time.
Again, that wound would not be fatal,
Correct.
would not result in the loss of consciousness.
Correct.
All right, let's move on to the next wound unless there's anything else you need to tell me about that one.
I don't believe so.
Okay, let's go.
This is Roman numeral 8.
All right, what is 8?
This is a superficial stab wound to the right supraclavicular region of the chest.
Okay, the right collarbone.
Yeah, right around the right collarbone.
All right. Let me show you 59B. Does that 59B help us?
No. Potentially the intake photo might have it.
Oh, the intake photo. Okay, thank you. The intake photo does. How about E? How about 59E? Does that help or no?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
Very small, very superficial wound. Has a little more depth than cut wood, so it's considered a stab wound. Its depth is pretty insignificant. It doesn't hit any major structures. The coloration of it is a little more red-orange, So again, probably more close to postmortem, potentially perimortem when the wound was inflicted.
Okay. All right. Are there any other wounds other than the hand wounds that you need to describe for us?
There is a very superficial wound on the left infraclavicular region of the chest. It's very pale, very likely postmortem, didn't inflict any major injuries. I know it's photographed in the autopsy photos. I don't observe it here. And in this case, with the lighting, I don't think we can see it in this photograph.
And which side is it now?
It's on the left side. Around here, but it's very hard to appreciate in this photo.
All right. Why don't we? What are those then? The incised wound or sharp force wounds that we're talking about? Were there other injury to Kay Baker which were not sharp or incised wounds that we need to discuss?
Other than the wounds in the hands that we haven't discussed, there were some minor blunt impact injuries. So that includes things like lacerations or like a true cut if you were to fall and scrape yourself, and abrasions, which would be the scraping portion.
All right. Let's talk about some other injury. We have F59F. For example, what is 59F? Depict if there are anything other than sharp force injuries.
So this is her arm. We're looking for contusions, and in this one it's difficult to appreciate, but I don't appreciate any on this photograph.
Okay. (59H). Is there anything additional you can provide as to any other injuries in 59H?
No.
Okay. (59I).
No.
And 59K.
No.
All right, let's talk about wounds at or injury to Kay Baker's hand. Let's first start with the left hand. What can you tell us about that?
So that's the discoloration. We've taken fingerprints from her as a part of her intake. So that's why we have that discoloration. The hands have been cleaned up to a degree, and there's quite a flare. There's better photographs of the hand with the open where we can actually see inside.
All right, no, we'll get to those. Let's first start off with the right hand, J, 59J. What can you tell us about that?
So this purple discoloration, that's bruising or contusion is used in the report.
And here's the left hand. What does that show you, if anything?
There's no injury that I can discern from this.
Okay. Any non-blunt force trauma that you can recognize in 59T?
There is a contusion right here. It's a faint purple-pink contusion or bruising.
59P.
These are superficial abrasions and contusions in this area. Very pale pink, kind of orange here.
59R.
The quality of photograph isn't really bringing out, but there's some superficial abrasions in this area.
And is there anything here?
And yes, it appears it's got an abrasion here. It's an orangey red.
All right, 59S, what does that show us? As far as injury or damage, injuries to K. Baker?
This is just an overall photograph after I've had a chance to clean up the back to assess for injuries. I don't appreciate anything. Here, the pink-red discoloration is part of the lividity or the settling of the blood wound.
Okay, so I want to show you all the photographs of the hands, and I want you to tell me what you can about any of them. This is 59G.
So we're looking at an overall forearm, which appears without injury, and then here on the palm of the hand, that purple discoloration that's consistent with bruising, contusion.
I'm going to try to find all the pictures of the hands that we have here to see if any of those other photographs will assist you. Did you tell us about what your autopsy report showed regarding any injury or damages to the hand? Mr. Diaz has brought to my attention. Oh, thank you very much. We have 60, photograph 60. Thank you very much. All right. To the hands. $60B. What does that show?
And we look to sharpen it a little bit, so we'll light it up. Yeah, that's completed. So we have a lot of the incised cut type wounds here on the palm, one here on the pinky, and then one that has more of a braided look and then there's an adjacent one on this finger that are all very superficial on the hands.
All right. Are you familiar with the term defensive wounds?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Injuries sustained in an attack. So the victim is attempting to protect themselves in some way. In blade-type wounds, they tend to, if they're grabbing at the blade or trying to prevent someone from hurting the face or another part of the body and using the hands for protection.
All right. So for the sake of a hypothetical, if Kay Baker is in a struggle with another person, are those wounds consistent with Kay Baker attempting to defend herself?
Yes, they could be. Yes.
All right. Next, 60C.
So again, the wound on the palm, this is just a closer photograph of that wound. There's a little bit of hemorrhage in that skin that you can see. The heart's pumping during this infliction of this wound.
D.
Wound here, very superficial. The wound here, and the image quality is a little difficult. I believe this photograph is trying to show a closer image of this wound here.
Again, those wounds are consistent with defensive wounds.
It could be, yes.
There's no way you can tell. There's no way you can tell to a reasonable degree of medical certainty exactly how those wounds were inflicted, but they are consistent with defensive wounds.
Correct.
You just can't say one way or the other.
Correct.
E.
So the wounds here and here, these are just closer images. Again, this one is very, very superficial. So it has an orange-red color, potentially perimortem. This one that's lined up next to it, they appear consistent with each other. And you can see some of the red-purple discoloration in the skin, so perimortem when these were inflicted, but very superficial, didn't sustain any major damage.
And could those all those wounds be inflicted using a sharp instrument?
Correct.
F.
We're looking at the side of the finger. Then with the other adjacent sharp force type injuries, this is likely a part of that whole injury pattern. They're very superficial though. Without the other incised wounds, it could be classified as an abrasion or an incised wound. It's likely that it's part of the incised wound infliction.
H.
So now we're looking at the other hand, the palmar side. Another incised wound, cut wound here and here. Visible, I can observe from the quality of the photograph, I apologize. Superficial could potentially be from a blade or sharp force injuries for certain, and there's a little bit of a hemorrhagic reaction to it, so perimortem again, very superficial, didn't hit any major structures that would cause death.
'60I. There's a mutual combat between two individuals. The injuries that you saw to Kay Baker, as you mentioned, you couldn't determine whether they would be offensive or defensive based upon based upon your medical opinion and your observation of the injuries themselves. Is that right?
Correct.
So if we assume, for the sake of my discussion or hypothetical, that there is a struggle going on between two individuals, and there's a sharp object involved. And as you said, you can't determine whether or not those wounds to the hands, both hands, whether those defensive or those wounds both to the left hand and to the right hand.
Correct.
Right. So you can't tell which they were. But assuming, for the sake of, again, a hypothetical, that Kay Baker, for example, had in her hand a sharp object, and if Kay Baker was handling a sharp object and in a struggle, there can be wounds inflicted by the person who has the knife.
Yes.
Are some of those wounds consistent with handling a knife and then being cut in the process of using that knife offensively?
Yes.
And if individuals is holding a knife, obviously, if they're cutting with it, then you've talked about some damages to the palm area, pointing, going in this direction.
Right.
For example, I'll show you Exhibit 60B. The 60B, that's to the left hand. Okay, so we have, for example, a wound like this.
Yes.
That's theoretically someone who's holding a knife and in the struggle actually self-inflicts a wound, not necessarily intentionally, but self-inflicts a wound in the process of using it offensively.
Yes.
Small wound like this, same thing. If
Yes,
someone is
potentially.
holding a knife in the way that we would consider someone holding a knife who's using it offensively, correct?
Yes. Blood can make the hand slip off the handle. And
Slippage, that's right. Same as possibly here.
Possibly, yes.
However, if that sort of slippage that you're talking about, this wound here to the left hand, is that wound seem consistent or inconsistent with the slippage of a knife when used offensively?
Depends on how she's holding the blade. If the blade has two sharp sides to it, there's a lot of factors.
You found defensive or possibly defensive wounds. You found wounds on both the left hand and the right hand.
Yes.
So by that same token, if someone was in the middle of a violent struggle and the knife slippage is part of that, and if there's both to the left hand to the right hand, apparently somehow an individual is armed with two knives,
Right.
or somehow or some way the knife was transferred from the right hand to the left hand for that to occur.
Correct.
However, if it was a defensive wound, it would be consistent with an individual attempting to defend themselves using whatever hands were available and warding off an attack with what other means available.
Yes.
Now, we looked at all the photographs of Kay Baker, and you talked about the wounds that were inflicted on Kay Baker. Were there any wounds of significant above the nose or below the chest?
No.
So all the wounds were basically confined to this area between the mouth and the bottom of the neck or the top of the chest?
Yes.
All right. You talked about you did an internal examination as well?
Yes.
As part of the autopsy process. I don't think we've gone through that. Can we go through that, please?
Sure, we can go through that again. The true internal portion is what's known as the autopsy, colloquially. That is when I'm doing the invasive part of the exam. So I do a stepwise fashion of taking a scalpel blade. I have to go from collarbone to the center of the chest and open up the chest cavity, the abdominal cavity, and the neck and the head at some point during the autopsy as well, to look at all the visceral organs with the naked eye. And I also take histologic sections, meaning I take little small portions of the tissue to look under the microscope for any natural disease or disease processes that could be occurring that I can't see with the naked eye.
And based upon that examination, did you find anything of significance that would have any effect upon your opinion as to the cause of death of Kay Baker?
Yes, the wound trajectories were consistent enough to cause the death of Kay Baker.
So based upon all of your examination, did you arrive at an opinion and conclusion to a reasonable medical certainty as the cause of death of Kay Baker?
Yes.
And what was that opinion or conclusion?
So the cause of death in this case was stab and incised wounds to neck with perforation of carotid artery, jugular veins, and larynx.
Okay, let's see if we can break that down, if I can understand that better from you. You talked about the injuries that involved which particular injury that we discussed was the contributing factor to the cause of death?
So the wound that was on the left side of the neck that was described in Roman numeral 2 in this case, that was the major inflicting wounds that had commingled, appeared to have the stab and incised features. That is the major injury that caused her death. Including the one that
dissected her or bisected her larynx?
Yes.
So that was the cause. What happened to Kay Baker? Why did she die? In the sense, was it a loss of blood?
Yes, blood loss, and her airway was also transected. So the blood going in and out of the torso from the heart to the brain, those vessels were transected, and then the airway where the larynx is, she couldn't breathe as well.
Okay, so loss of blood. She would have died from that, and she would have died by the fact that she no longer had an airway.
Correct.
I want to talk with you about the fact that you mentioned that a sharp object was used. Can you in any way further describe the sharp object that you, in your opinion, was involved in the cause of death of Kay Baker?
I just know that it had a sharp edge to it, and so some kind of sharp wound, more than a blunt object.
And it wasn't a blunt object, again, just to make sure that we understand, you can tell it wasn't a blunt object because why?
When you're looking at the wounds, something with a blunt object creates what we call laceration. So you still get cuts, but the difference between a cut from a blunt object and a cut from a sharp object is the borders of the cuts are very smooth and well defined on sharp, such incised wounds, stab wounds, those kind of things. Blunt object creates a very ragged border to the wound, so you can tell the difference between laceration and incised wound or sharp force wound.
Okay, you can't further define the sharp object other than what you described them. But let me give you a hypothetical. Understanding that you can't give us any opinion to a medical certainty as to that. I want to know if Kay Baker was involved in a struggle with a stronger adult male, and assume further that that male was armed with a 3-inch bird's beak knife.
Judge, I'm going to object. Counsel started the question with, she can't give it to a degree of medical certainty. There can't be questions that can't be answered to a degree of medical certainty.
Can't give us an opinion. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Nope.
Is it possible that a 3-inch bird's beak?
Let him finish the question. Don't answer until I've ruled.
Is it possible that a 3-inch bird's beak knife was used to cause the death of Kay Baker?
Hold on.
Objection.
Legal
What's
bit.
possible is not standard. It's what she can testify to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
I'll sustain.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Nope.
Dr. Perkins, you mentioned that some evidence was collected from the body of Kay Baker at the medical examiner's office,
Yes.
and would that evidence including a blood standard card of Kay Baker?
Yes.
And was a blood standard card obtained and then turned over to law enforcement, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office in this case?
Yes.
I can assure you it has been marked for identification of safety exhibit number 62. Ask you if you take a look at that package and the markings on that package and tell me if that appears to be the blood standard card of Kay Baker.
Yes.
Thank you. Time the state offers state exhibit number 62.
Any objection?
I believe it's been opened and verified what's in there, but as long as she opens and verifies it, no objection.
All right. You want to show it to her, ask her some more questions?
Yes, yes. All right, I got to open up state exhibit number 62.
Does the defense wish to see it once he's opened it?
I would like to.
You show it to them after you open it. Certainly.
All right, Dr. Perkins, if you would, 62 has been cut open. If you would take a look at the contents of it and tell me.
Just look. No
Yeah.
touch? Uh-huh.
Any need that sufficiently satisfies you of the contents?
Yes. That is my signature? Yes.
That's the birthday card of Kay Baker.
Yes.
Okay. This time you see the statement offer exhibit number 62 on it.
No objection.
62 will be admitted.
All right, Dr. Perkins, I'm going to show you what it has been marked for what has it been admitted, station exhibit number 27A through F. We will take a look at 27A through F.
Okay.
All right, and then you previously had an opportunity to look at those photographs.
Yes.
All right, and 27 A through F is depicted some wounds to the defendant, Matthew Terry.
Yes.
And I'll show them 27A. B. C. D. E. And F. All right, Dr. Perkins, based upon your experience as a medical examiner, have you had an opportunity to observe wounds inflicted by individuals either in a violent struggle? Yes?
Yes.
And have you had the experience of viewing wounds which are self-inflicted?
Yes.
Is there anything about your observation of the wounds to the neck of Matthew Terry which leads you to conclude that those wounds must have been inflicted by some other person?
It's possible.
As you look at those wounds, based upon your experience, were those wounds to Matthew Terry's neck, are those wounds more consistent with a self-inflicted wound or more consistent with the wounds inflicted during a violent struggle between two persons?
Objection to,
Legal basis?
to the categorization. Are we talking about an opinion to a degree of medical certainty?
No rule objection, I'll allow.
I just, based on photograph, I didn't examine the wounds in person. I don't know their depth. I don't know the structures that they had injured, and they're dirty in this photograph. So it's possible it could be inflicted by another or self-inflicted.
You mentioned that it was, you didn't know the depth of the wounds. What significance would that have?
It gives an idea of what structures that were potentially hit, if they're fatal type wounds, if they were wounds that could cause death. in that case.
Yeah, so assume that those wounds that were inflicted did not hit any vital structures, damage only some damage to the sternocleidomastoid muscle and fatty tissue, no excessive bleeding which caused immediate necessity of medical intervention, life-saving measures. Does that added information lead you to lean one way or another as to whether those could be self-inflicted wounds or wounds which were incurred during a violent struggle?
Objection to the term leans. Again, we are far afield from what is an opinion based on medical certainty.
Rephrase the question.
Yes, Your Honor. Does the fact that when I described it, if those wounds were not deep, did not cause that sort of excessive bleeding where immediate intervention was involved, does that affect your opinion?
It could open up the possibility that it could be self-inflicted, but again, cannot be ruled out that it was not inflicted by another.
Are you familiar with the term hesitation wounds?
Yes.
And what are hesitation wounds?
We see these type of wounds in suicides when they're using a sharp blade. So the individual is going to cut themselves, but they tend to hesitate before they inflict that wound. So instead of it just being one nice clean wound, there tends to be a little bit of injury in and around the larger wound, showing that the individual hadn't quite committed to the process before inflicting the major wound.
As you looked at the wounds to the neck of Matthew Terry, were there any indications of hesitation wounds in that injury?
It's difficult to tell in this photograph. It's dirty. I didn't examine the wounds in person. There's a smaller wound adjacent to the larger one. Could be hesitation type of mark, but again, I can't say with a degree of medical certainty that it is.
Did you see in the wounds that there were two separate wounds, basically similar wounds on either side of the neck?
Yes.
Again, assuming you had that those wounds were either self-inflicted or those wounds were inflicted during the course of a violent struggle that took place over a matter of seconds to a minute. Does that affect does that description of the location of those wounds affect your opinion?
Them being very even and very similar location, it's not likely in a situation of a struggle that you would have very equal wounds. But again, I can't say with degree of medical certainty that's not a possibility.
It probably goes without saying, but those wounds were put in a position where someone, if they wanted to self-inflict wounds, it was in a position where they could do that. Is that correct?
It's if someone had functioning arms and there was nothing obstructing them, then yes, that is somewhere a person could reach to self-inflict a wound.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
What was the height and weight of Kay Baker?
She was, at the time of autopsy, 5'5", 144 pounds.
All right, Dr. Perkins, that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination?
Good morning, Dr. Perkins.
Good morning.
You indicated that it was possible, but it's also possible that those wounds were inflicted by somebody else to Matthew Terry, right?
To Matthew Terry? Yes.
And also, you talked about how if they're in the exact same spot and if they're the exact same size, that might make it less likely to be something during a struggle. You didn't get to see those wounds in person to actually see if they were the same size, right?
That's correct.
And seeing them in person would obviously be very different than seeing them in a photograph, of course.
Yes.
And here, you even mentioned that those photographs were dirty, so they're not really the best photographs to even use to judge that kind of thing, right?
Correct.
In regard to your autopsy of Kay Baker, I don't think I have a lot of dispute or question about your findings. I just want to point out a couple of things. You talked a little bit about the blood on the scene because you actually got to go out to the scene.
Yes.
You can't tell anything from the blood except that Kay Baker was there, right?
It's just there was an amount of it underneath her body. Yes.
Sure. And you can't tell if that blood on the scene in total was left entirely by Kay Baker or by Kay Baker and Matthew Terry or even by 3 or even 4 people, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there's nothing that tells you how many people were involved in this altercation?
No.
Okay. Nothing that tells you who committed the stab wounds that were caused to Ms. Baker?
Correct.
Nothing that would tell you anything about the sequence of how those wounds were incurred?
Correct.
Nothing that would tell you anything about the timing of the wounds?
Correct.
Can't tell even if these wounds were something that occurred in seconds, right?
Correct.
And additionally, you can't tell what kind of blade committed these wounds, right?
Correct.
Could I just have a moment?
Absolutely.
Nothing further.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Dr. Perkins, on cross-examination, you made some statements or testimony regarding limitations of what you could learn or what you couldn't learn from the injuries. However, you talked about Roman numeral 2, the fatal injury.
Yes.
From your observations of the scene, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Kay Baker could have moved for any appreciable distance from the place that she was found after sustaining that fatal wound?
That injury would have been occurred in that feet of where the body was.
And at that point, would her heart stop and death would be imminent?
It wouldn't immediately stop, but death would have occurred right after.
Okay, so you talked about the wounds earlier, the other 10 wounds or so that showed evidence of hemorrhagic or vital reaction.
Yes.
So how is it possible that those injuries would have occurred right there at the scene? How would that happen?
It's not impossible. The wounds sustained to the neck would allow her some degree of seconds of life. It's not a neurological death, like getting shot in the brain and then everything shuts down. This is a bleeding out process and a loss of airway. So it takes a little bit of time for the organs to completely shut down. So those other wounds could have been sustained after that larger wound was inflicted. They could have happened prior, and the larger wound was the last wound. I can't definitively tell because everything does have a vital reaction.
Okay, so under your scenario, if they could have occurred at the same time, the fatal wound was inflicted, and then the assailant decided to inflict other superficial wounds after inflicting the fatal wound?
It's possible. I can't definitively rule that out.
Or the other alternative is those other superficial wounds which showed a heartbeat were inflicted at a place and a location and a time prior to the infliction of the fatal wound.
Yes.
Okay, so it's consistent with that as well.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
May this witness be released by the state?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
All right, subject to recall. You may step down. No need to remain on subject. All right, you can leave, but you are subject to recall. Okay. All right, thank you. Dr. Deaver, good morning and welcome. You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Doctor. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair at the end, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Still morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Dr. Kelly Garland Devers.
And I noticed that you said doctor. You mean medical doctor?
Yes, I'm a medical doctor.
Okay. Could you tell us a little bit about your educational background then? Because I know doctors have to go to school.
I got my bachelor's degree from Virginia Tech in Blacksburg, Virginia. I then became a nurse, and I was an intensive care nurse for about 10 years. And then I went to medical school at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C. After I, completed medical school, I went to the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque, and I did a 4-year pathology residency program there. And then I went on to Gainesville, Florida, to the University of Florida, and I completed a 2-year neuropathology fellowship there. And then after that, I came to Tampa, Florida, and completed a fellowship in forensic pathology. And I've been working at the medical examiner's office and in Hillsborough County.
All right, let me break that down for people who don't understand what fellowships and stuff are. Just to become an everyday sort of doctor, not a specialist or anything, you have to go to medical school, correct?
Correct.
And that's, what, 3-4 years?
Medical school is 4 years.
Okay. And so at the end of 4 years, do you have to take like a test?
We have to take exams to continue onward.
And if you pass your exams, then you become a doctor, an MD, as they say.
That's correct.
All right. But you talk about fellowships. Is that something beyond just becoming a medical doctor?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So any medical doctor who wants to go on to, say, be a surgeon or a cardiologist or a dermatologist or a forensic pathologist has to do specialty and subspecialty training, which means extra years of school.
And so what special years of training did you do specifically in the area of forensic pathology?
I did a 1-year fellowship in Hillsborough County in conjunction with the University of South Florida.
And that's beyond all the other years of schooling that you've taken?
Yes.
All right, so now you've gotten a fellowship, you become a fellow, right? In
Correct.
Forensic pathology. Tell the jury what forensic pathology is. What does that mean?
Forensic pathology is the study and diagnosis of disease and injury for the purpose of determining cause and manner of death.
And so are you asked to, for example, look at wounds that people suffer and see if you can discern information about how the wound might have been caused, when a wound might have been caused, what it might have triggered in the body in terms of leading to death?
Yes.
How long have you worked as a medical examiner in Hillsborough County?
I've been at the medical examiner's office since July of 2012.
So that's 10 years or so.
Correct.
In terms of seniority, where do you fall in the ranking at the medical examiner's office?
I'm currently the chief medical examiner.
So you're in charge, as it was.
That's correct.
Beyond going to medical school and working on the job for 10 years, do you take classes to regularly update yourself on the science and the literature as far as research, stuff like that?
Yes.
So you are constantly evolving in the knowledge of what the science can and cannot say.
Yes.
I want to ask you, were you asked by a detective, Kevin Ratu, somewhere around August 16th to look at a series of photos to see if you could discern anything about whether or not a wound might or might not have been self-inflicted?
Yes.
Your Honor, can I approach?
You may.
Doctor, I'm going to provide you 2 packets of photos, 27A through F and 21A through H. I'm going to let you look through them, and if you see any photos that you've ever previously looked at, if you could please just pull those ones aside. But don't confuse them between packets.
Do you need some water, Doctor?
Yes, please.
All right, might be able to give you some. Sorry about that.
I remember all these photos.
So you've seen all of these photos?
Yes.
All right. So I'll have them both here at the ready. I want to ask you, when you looked at these photos, what specifically were you looking at in the photos, and what were you trying to determine, if anything?
I was asked to look at the wounds of not the person who the autopsy was performed on, but another person, to offer an opinion.
And so were you looking in particular at, as depicted here in States 21B, the neck wounds on this individual?
Yes.
And so just sort of preliminarily, what, if anything, do you notice about these neck wounds? What could you tell us about the cause or what led to these neck wounds?
These neck wounds appear consistent with a blade injury or a sharp instrument.
And so how do you determine that? Is there something that you're seeing? And if I need a different picture, please tell me. I'm happy to put up a different picture. Is there something you're seeing that says these are blade wounds?
Yes, the edges of the wounds, where they're gaping, you can see the margins of those wounds are smooth. They do not look like tears in the skin or lacerations.
And so I'm going to zoom in then a little bit. I'm going to flip packets. I'm going to move over here to States Exhibit number 27C instead. These wounds you believe are, and let me see if this helps. There we go. Maybe that helps a little. These wounds, is there something that you're seeing specifically then? If you need to stand up and point, you're welcome to do so.
There's a yardstick there, Doctor, that you can use as a pointer.
So the edges here,
Doctor, if you would just stand a little bit to the side there so you're not blocking the photo.
so these edges are smooth, relatively smooth. They're a little jagged, but they don't look like a blunt injury, like a tear in the skin. They look like they were made with some type of a sharp instrument.
All right, so within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, could you tell us that these are wounds caused by some sort of sharp object, for example, a knife?
Yes.
You cannot tell us what kind of knife, though, could you?
No.
You couldn't say whether it's a 3-inch knife or an 8-inch knife. You couldn't say whether it's a serrated or a non-serrated knife.
No.
Now, is it possible that these wounds are inflicted by another person?
Yes.
Is it possible that these wounds are inflicted by the person depicted in the photo, meaning they are self-inflicted?
Yes.
And what is it about the photos or about just everyday logical common sense you can use that helps you reach that decision?
These wounds are within reach of the person's hands so that they could have done this themselves. They're also very, I would say, symmetrical. So it's kind of unusual to see inflicted wounds be, perfectly side by side because people are moving. There's a lot of movement going on when someone is in an altercation with someone else. So it's hard to kind of have one side of the neck get attacked and then the other side of the neck at the same time.
Right, so even though these wounds are in a place that a person could reach themselves, and even though they're somewhat symmetrical, is there anything that specifically tells you these are or are not self-inflicted?
Just that they are in a place that a person could reach themselves.
But both options are possible. It could be
Of course,
self-inflicted,
yes.
It could be inflicted by another.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Doctor, I want to draw your attention. I'm going to zoom in to States Exhibit 21B. And beyond what I would describe as the holes or the circles in the neck, I want to direct your attention to these dark lines here on the left side of the photo above the circle, and then on the right circle, there's a line there, and then there's also kind of one down here right at the shirt collar. Are those things of any interest to you?
They have the appearance of incised wounds, meaning they are not very deep. They are on the surface. They could be deeper, because I did not examine this person myself, but they look like a wound that might have been scraped by the tip of a knife or a tip of something sharp.
Okay, and again, I'm just going to swap photos for a second. I'm going to go to 27A. We're looking at it from a slightly different angle, but again, this little mark just above the circle, does that look like another one of those types of wounds?
From this angle, yes.
So I want to ask you about hesitation marks. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Tell us what a hesitation mark is.
In cases where people inflict wounds on themselves with blades, They oftentimes will have these what are called hesitation marks, meaning they're trying it out to see, you know, how it feels. Sometimes they stop and choose another area, or they will keep going and go deeper until they successfully kill themselves. So this is commonly seen in suicides or in other types of self-inflicted wounds, say people who practice self-mutilation, where they actually hurt themselves to feel better.
Do these lines or marks on the neck, other than the obvious circles in the neck, the holes in the neck, do they appear consistent to you with hesitation marks?
They are consistent.
I want to show you also this photo, State's Exhibit 27D. You saw this photo?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'm going to orient it this way just so it's going up the arm. And what, if anything, do you notice about these injuries?
These injuries also look consistent with incised wounds or shallow wounds made with the sharp tip of something.
And again, can you say with any certainty that the tip would be a knife specifically?
I can't say with certainty, but it's something sharp.
If I had like a really sharp end of a screwdriver, I could, for example, do this as well potentially?
Sure, if it's really sharp.
All right, and so there appears to be multiple of them. Does this look like more than one attempt to cause this injury?
Yes.
And I want to draw your attention to sort of the middle of the forearm, right there. There appears to be a spot where the wound sort of widens. Is there anything about that that is of interest to you?
Just that it's probably slightly deeper. That's about all I can say from looking at the picture.
Okay. If a person was being attacked by someone with a sharp object, for example, a knife, would you normally expect to see the wounds all so closely aligned and parallel to each other?
No, that's not what we usually see.
Let me ask you a different question. I know many people, just sort of in everyday world, they do this motion where they're talking about a person committing suicide, and they sort of drag the pretend knife across their wrist like this,
Yes.
instead of down their arm. Can you explain what the difference may be between dragging a knife across your wrist instead of down your arm when attempting to commit suicide?
Objection, relevance?
Overrule LLOC.
Let's back up a second. Would a person who wants to commit suicide, have you ever seen a person try to commit suicide or actually commit suicide by slicing their arm?
Yes, many times.
Okay, and so is there any medical difference between slicing down the arm, like, you know, up and down the forearm, as opposed to across the forearm or across the wrist?
It tends to be more effective when it's vertical because you get more of the vein or the artery, but I've seen it done both ways.
So this is still potentially a way by which a person might try to commit suicide, by going up and down the forearm
Yes.
instead of across the wrist.
Yes.
Now, doctor, as it's all here in front of you in color in the pictures, can we agree you cannot say with any medical certainty whether or not any of these wounds are self-inflicted or inflicted by another?
I cannot say that.
And you cannot say in any medical certainty whether or not, if they were self-inflicted, they were done in the attempt to commit suicide?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
I mean, could you say, since you don't know if they're self-inflicted or not, you don't know if they were done in an attempt to commit suicide?
That's right.
If, however, you were provided some sort of statement by the person admitting or stating they were trying to kill themselves, would that impact your evaluation and ultimate opinion as to whether or not these are self-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
I want to ask you about some other wounds that you've not looked at, but you don't need to look at the actual pictures. I imagine we can just talk about them in general. Do you ever see people who suffer injuries to their hands from a sharp object such as a knife?
Yes.
Do you sometimes conclude that those injuries are offensive wounds, meaning they occur while the person is stabbing someone else or cutting someone else with a knife?
Yes.
Do you ever see wounds that are defensive, meaning, for example, the victim is putting their hands up to defend themselves and now they're being stabbed or cut with a knife.
Yes,
Both of those things are possible.
absolutely.
Can you explain how a person might get offensive wounds on their hands if they were using or holding a knife?
Well, the knife, once the knife has been used enough times to draw blood, then the blood gets on the knife, it gets very slippery. So the knife can be dropped, you have to pick it up, you could cut yourself picking it up. The person who's warding off the knife could push it at the person and cut their hands. The knife could slip out between the thumb and forefinger and cut through here, through this area of your hand.
All right, and so are there places that you would traditionally expect to see incised wounds or cut wounds on a hand if you are exploring the possibility of it being an offensive wound?
Yes,
Would you expect it, for example, to be on the outside of the hand?
it could be on the outside.
Could it be potentially on the palm?
Potentially, yes.
Is there a particular orientation you would expect it to go, though?
Just in regards to where the blade is in space.
Okay,
And
so
you're just trying to either ward it off or...
I'm going to use a ruler. This is not dangerous. I'm going to use a ruler. Certainly one way you could hold it is sort of like this, thumb pointed outward, just sort of a frontward stabbing motion. Another option is you could hold a knife like this, like thumb pointed away from the target, and now you're sort of stabbing down. Those are certainly pretty common ways to hold a knife, correct?
Yes.
All right, and so if I had a knife, and the knife was like sort of a kitchen knife, like a normal steak knife, something of that sort, where the blade is only sharp on one side, and I stab someone overhand like this, where would you expect the injury to the hand to be?
For the person who's holding the knife?
Yes.
Like it could slide down, your hand could slide down that knife and cut the palm.
So if I was holding it like this, my hand would slide, and if this is the sharp side, it's going to cut my palm.
Yes.
Okay. If I'm holding it the other way, like this, and now I stab, and again the sharp side is down here, where do you expect the injury to be?
On the fingers.
And would you expect the fingers to be cut basically across the fingers?
Yes.
Would you expect them to be cut up and down, basically going from like the base of the palm, the part where the finger and the palm meet, all the way to the tip of the finger?
It could be like that, yeah. Depends on how it's in the hand.
Do you typically see people with offensive, or what you think are offensive wounds to their hands on both hands?
Sometimes, but that's not common.
I mean, typically people are either left-handed or right-hand dominant.
Right, yeah.
I want to ask you about a different topic, something we haven't talked about yet. I assume you're familiar with the functioning of a heart.
Yes.
What's an artery, and how's that different from a vein?
An artery is under high pressure, so the main artery in the body is the aorta. And so when the heart contracts, the blood goes under high pressure through the aorta, and then it branches out to all parts of the body. So if an artery is cut, you're going to have high pressure spraying of blood coming out of the body.
And so where in the body is a thing called the carotid artery?
The carotid artery, if you feel your voice box here, the carotid arteries are deep to the back side near your spine. It's a protected area. It's very deep.
All right, and so am I correct then that basically every person has a heart, their heart is, we call it pumping or beating, but really it's constricting, it's contracting.
Yes, it's squeezing.
And when it squeezes, it's shooting blood up an artery, for example.
Yes,
And the carotid artery runs up the neck, I guess, towards the brain?
towards the brain.
So, hypothetically, if a person were to have their throat cut, their neck cut, deep enough to sever their carotid artery, you describe what is called, I think, spurting or squirting?
Yes,
That meaning like literally blood would shoot out of the neck?
yes, like it's under high pressure. When you squeeze a hose real tight and the water comes out a lot faster when you squeeze it, as opposed to just letting it run out.
And so, does the heart constrict and then relax, constrict and then relax?
Yes,
So, if you were watching blood spurt out of a person, would you see it first shoot up and then sort of trail off, shoot up and then sort of trail off?
yes.
Doctor, I want to ask you a different question. Can we agree this is a standard ruler? Okay. Doctor, I think I did well enough in school, but can we agree that this is the 3-inch mark on the ruler?
Yes.
All right, if I have a 3-inch blade of some sort, steak knife, dinner knife, whatever, and I have a 3-inch blade, can a 3-inch blade penetrate deep enough into a person's neck to reach their carotid artery?
Yes.
Can a 3-inch blade penetrate deep enough into a person's neck to sever their jugular vein?
Yes.
Could a 3-inch blade penetrate deep enough into a person's neck to cut their larynx, or what most people call their voice box?
Yes.
This looks like a relatively small knife, all given circumstances, but is this a deadly knife potentially in the hands of the right person?
Yes.
I have questions, Judge. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Morning, Dr. Beavers.
Good morning.
30 seconds. For 30 more seconds, it's morning.
True.
I'm showing you it's been admitted as State's Exhibit 27A. If you need to get closer, feel free. Can you see that there's blood in Matthew Terry's nose?
Yes, it looks like there's some.
Is it common for a person's nose to bleed when they've been punched?
Yes.
Putting up what is already admitted as State's Exhibit 27B, is that one of the wounds on the side of Matthew Terry's neck?
That's one of the photos that I looked at. Yes.
Showing you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 27C. I can't tell from the positioning, so can you tell me if that is the same wound or the other wound as the one we just looked at in 27B?
Well, you can see the oxygen cannula, and to the right of that would be the wound, because that's the bottom of the cannula.
So is that the same one as in the previous photo, or
I think it was the left side we looked at before.
Okay, so this is the second one. And in addition to those wounds that are on each side of his neck, you were also shown photographs of, which right now is admitted as 27D for the state, some marks on Matthew Terry's arm.
Yes.
Those marks there, I know you indicated you can't tell what type of knife caused it, but can you tell even if it was a knife that caused it?
It's just something sharp.
Sure. So could have been even, let's say, some really sharp thorns in an area where someone was being on the ground attacked.
Yes, if those thorns had little parallel, they were arranged in a parallel manner or something close to that.
Sure. And I know that you said you had never gotten to see Matthew Terry in person.
No.
At the time, would you have been able to make more definitive conclusions?
Yes, like say the doctor who examined him would be.
Sure. Always better to see somebody in person, right?
Of course.
Okay. And you indicated, of course, that you really can't say if it was self-inflicted. It's equally possible that it was inflicted by another person, right?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. In regard to the last few questions the state asked you about could a 3-inch blade cause that, a blade could also go in just partially to a wound, right?
Sure, just like an incised wound, or it just scrapes the surface.
So Matthew Terry's wounds could have been caused by a large knife, a small knife. We really have no idea.
We have no idea.
Could I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Redirect.
Doctor, do you have to be like Mike Tyson to punch your nose to make it bleed?
No.
I mean, could a relatively small person still punch another person in the nose and cause their nose to bleed?
Yes.
All right, and I don't think you really have to be a doctor, but I'm going to ask you because you are a doctor. When a nose starts to bleed, does a nose drip?
Yes, it drips.
And does blood obey the laws of gravity, that if I'm standing upright and my nose is bleeding, the blood is going to drop to the ground?
Yes.
Thank you, doctor.
May this witness be released
Yes, Your Honor.
and by the defense released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, doctor. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. You're welcome. Dr. Mendoza?
Yes.
Good afternoon and welcome. If you'll come forward, be sworn as a witness.
Can I just leave this here?
You can.
Wait this way, Doctor. You would just stand right here, Mr. Judge.
If you'll raise your right hand, please, be sworn as a witness. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, doctor. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair at the end, doctor, go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. The green light is on, so it is on and ready to go. You may proceed, Mr. Beard.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Mendoza. I'm an emergency medicine physician. I currently work for Team Health Special Operations Physician Group. I just recently worked for the last 4 years at Tampa General Hospital as an attending emergency physician there.
All right, so I'm sure there are certain requirements for you to hold the job that you hold. So let the jury know about your educational experience, your work experience, things like that to qualify you to be the emergency physician.
I graduated from New York University School of Medicine in 2005. Between 2005 and 2008, I completed my emergency medicine residency at the Virginia Commonwealth University Emergency Medicine Residency Program. I also had a fellowship at the University of Massachusetts Medical School in Worcester, Massachusetts, that completed in 2009 in emergency ultrasonography. And then between that time period until 2018, I was an emergency physician in the state of Massachusetts, the vast majority of that time until 2016 at the University of Massachusetts Medical School in Worcester, Massachusetts, which is a level 1 trauma center. After that, I worked for 2 years at Newton Wellesley Hospital Emergency Department, which is a community hospital associated with Massachusetts General Hospital System, which is the Harvard University medical group. And then in 2018 is when I transferred to Tampa and have been working at Tampa General Hospital, also another level 1 trauma center.
You're licensed to practice your profession here in Florida?
Yes, I am, for the last
Anywhere
4
else?
years. Also in the state of Massachusetts.
And so, help me with the math. How many years have you actually been working as an emergency physician?
If you are including my residency training, where I was granted my MD in 2005, this is my 17th year now.
All right, 17 years of working in an emergency facility capacity.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you give me any idea as to how many different patients you've seen in that capacity?
It's a lot.
Yeah.
I would say that on average, in a, say, 10 to 12 hour shift, we're supposed to be seeing, on average, about 2 patients per hour spread over that time period. So there can be, in the low 20s, mid 20s, but especially at places like Tampa General or UMass Medical Center, where it is a level 1 trauma center, the patient numbers can get much higher, where you're seeing 30 plus patients per shift. So if you multiply that by 17 years and, anywhere from 15 to 20 shifts a month, that's really quite a bit of patients.
All right, you talked about level 1 and how those numbers can increase. Give us an idea of what a level 1 facility is and why that is so.
All hospitals can achieve different level designations as far as trauma centers. That is conferred upon them by the American College of Surgeons, and it has to do with the capacity of the hospital to treat patients that arrive in a trauma setting. The level 1 trauma center, which is the highest level designation that you can have, is the one that has the most capacity to treat the gravest injured patients. So the requirements usually include the ability to have on-call staff 24/7 in various specialties, including not just trauma surgeons, emergency physicians, anesthesia, neurosurgery, orthopedics, ear, nose, and throat physicians, plastic surgery, a burn center might be another designation as well. So it has to do with what kind of care can be provided at that facility.
Okay, so if you're level 1, you got to be ready for anything.
Correct.
And you got to be able to conduct a quick evaluation to figure out what needs to be done, and if something needs to be done quickly, to do it.
That's correct.
All right, so I want to talk to you a little bit about Tampa General Hospital and their procedures, or how they go about operating the emergency room. Is in terms of, is it a team concept? Is what happens when you get information that someone is going to come in on some sort of alert status to your emergency facility?
In a setting like Tampa General, many times we do have the early sort of notification that a patient is inbound with certain types of injuries. Given the mechanism of the injury, so for example, if someone was either in a car accident or had a gunshot wound or a stabbing, anything that had, or a fall from a height of some sort, like off of a tree or a structure, there are certain criteria that we classify the patient as either what's called a trauma alert or a trauma activation. This is not unique to Tampa General. Many academic centers, level 1 trauma centers, have these specific designations. At Tampa General, a trauma alert is sort of the second highest class of notification, where the patient sustained some sort of traumatic injury, and according to the criteria that were met, and there's a whole list of those, they need to be evaluated immediately by the emergency physicians, the trauma team, because there's a possibility that they have some sort of significant injury that needs to be treated within a certain time period. A trauma activation is the highest level of trauma designation that a patient can have in Tampa General. And these are the patients that are the most gravely injured, whether it's from a car accident or any other trauma. And these are the people who are either going to lose their life or their limb, or they need immediate OR intervention, at least from the information that the paramedics can glean from the scene. So we need to be activated right away.
Okay.
And that means an entire slew of people come to the trauma bay, people from the OR, the blood bank gets notified. There's a lot of things that get activated as a result of that.
And to that extent, it's definitely a team effort.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And I presume also as well that when you get sort of information from a third party, like an ambulance or whatever, from other emergency individuals, you presume the worst.
That's correct. We have to presume the worst and be ready to treat anything that comes through the door. And many times the story is not accurate, so we have to just be ready for anything.
All right, let me start to focus your attention back on May 28th, 2022. Do you recall being working at Tampa General in those early morning hours of May 28th, 2022? And did you recall treating an individual identified as Matthew Terry with the date of birth of January 18th, 1975?
That's correct. I was working a shift at Tampa General that night. It was an overnight shift that was from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And in the early morning hours, we were called to the trauma bay for a trauma alert. He was not named that because, as many traumas are, they're assigned kind of a code name when they first arrive, so that we, even if we don't have any identification on them, we can at least start charting on them and start ordering things in case we don't have their given name.
All right, I have medical records, exhibit number 57 relating relating to the care of Matthew Terry, you get a chance to take a look at those records?
Yes, I have.
And just to make sure, are those the records that you have been provided?
Yes, these are the ones.
All right. I'm going to ask you some questions relating to the treatment and care of Matthew Terry at the emergency bay that morning. And so please feel free to refer to those records if necessary. You talked about the alert status regarding Matthew Terry. Can you tell us what was the alert status of Matthew Terry before his arrival on May 28th?
He was designated as what we call a trauma alert, so the second highest classification.
And again, what does that mean, trauma alert?
So again, a trauma alert is someone who has criteria that presents possible significant injury that would need immediate evaluation by the trauma team and the emergency physicians, but not necessarily the most gravely injured. For example, not significantly abnormal vital signs or a significant amount of blood loss at the scene.
Okay. All right. So, as you mentioned, the trauma team is alerted. You're awaiting the arrival of Matthew Terry. Tell us what happens when Mr. Terry arrives and how you and the treatment team treated Matthew Terry.
So as with any patient, the entire team is already waiting. Usually there are several resident physicians who are MDs, graduated medical school, that are completing their residency in the various specialties like emergency medicine and surgery. So there are several members of the team that are all performing different functions. In a trauma alert situation, I am the captain of the team at that time. The trauma activation is when the trauma attending surgeon will show up. Many times during a trauma alert, the trauma attending will eventually show up at some point, especially if we do uncover an injury that we need to intervene upon sooner rather than later. But usually for a trauma alert situation, the emergency medicine attending is the lead physician at that moment. So when Mr. Terry arrived, we were all waiting for him already in the bay. Nursing staff, in addition to the resident physicians, are all starting to transcribe things that are being done at that time. So he arrives, we immediately receive report from the paramedics that tell us what his presentation is. So they let us know that he had penetrating wounds to his neck. They provided the vital signs that they obtained on the scene, any interventions that they had prior to arrival, and then he's transferred from the EMS stretcher onto our stretcher in the trauma bay. At that point, the paramedics exit, and we perform what's called a primary and secondary survey. Primary and secondary survey is an algorithm, so it's a set of examinations that we do with every trauma patient so that we make sure we uncover any and all wounds and injuries that a patient might have. So the primary survey is a very brief, we call them ABCs, and that is assessing a patient's airway, their ability to breathe, and their circulation, because any compromise of those three things is a hard stop that we have to intervene upon right away, because the patient could die if something is not fixed right at that moment. So that's a very, very quick, brief survey checking whether or not he's able to speak, whether or not his oropharynx is blocked by blood or any other debris potentially, and then whether or not his pulses and his vital signs are normal or not. Then we move on to the secondary survey, which is a more detailed evaluation, and it's a head-to-toe evaluation, and we truly start from the head all the way down to the toes, just calling out every single possible injury that we find from head to toe. And that is looking for any sort of injury to major organs or vital structures at that time. All during this time, nursing will be getting IV access to draw blood work, and we, depending on the the mechanism of the injury. We may start doing things like ultrasounds or x-rays to look for other signs of internal injuries. And then after we have completed that secondary survey, we then take stock of anything that we found to then inform what the next step would be, whether it's to get more imaging like a CAT scan, or do we just need to go in the operating room, or do they seem stable and can they just sort of go at that point? It really depends. In Mr. Terry's case, our findings included wounds on either side of his windpipe on the front of his neck. We did not detect any other wounds that required any other intervention. He was stable as far as his vital signs go. The wounds were not actively bleeding. We sort of do a cursory look to make sure there aren't what we call hard signs for neck trauma. And what that means is looking for the possibility that something very vital in the neck could have been injured. So the vital things in the neck include the carotid artery, the trachea, which is your windpipe, the jugular vein, and your esophagus, which is the tube that goes between your mouth and your stomach. And the hard signs would include massive bleeding, air bubbling out of the neck, or what we call an expanding hematoma, which would be bleeding that's not exiting the neck, but it's just sort of building up underneath the skin, so it's just kind of expanding wide. And he did not have any of those. So at this point, given that we felt that he was stable to undergo further imaging, we elected at that point to order what's called a CT angiography of the neck, which looks for any damage to the structures within the neck on CAT scan. He went off to go get those studies done. He was then admitted to the hospital to have consultation by the ear, nose, and throat, or the otolaryngology service. And they are the surgeons that specialize in any sort of issues between your nose and your neck. And he went to the operating room to undergo what's called a laryngoscopy, which is just a look directly with a special tool at the windpipe and the airway. An esophagoscopy, which is a camera that looks at the esophagus, and then they explored the wounds in his neck to make sure there weren't any other structures that were visibly injured, and then repaired the lacerations or the cuts to the front of his neck.
All right. So when you evaluated him at the beginning, you said there's a lot of things going on, a lot of people saying and contributing a lot of things. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is someone a scribe? Is someone documenting that information for the purposes of entering them into the records, so that everybody recalls what happens?
Correct. There are multiple people writing. There's a representative from the trauma team typing away on the computer. There's a representative from the emergency medicine physician team, and there's a representative from the emergency medicine nursing team. So there's at least 3 people documenting at any given time as the evaluation is occurring.
So you're the captain of the ship at this point.
That's correct.
You're the captain, and then eventually, after all of that is done, and the medical records are produced, you then electronically sign off on Matthew Terry and his and the documents related to his care.
That's correct. Once I'm no longer required at either that particular patient's bedside, and I have a moment to write down my thoughts over the case, I'll write a short note detailing, just a kind of a summary of what the emergency care was in the trauma bay, and then I sign off on the note that the emergency medicine resident has written as my representative in the trauma bay.
All right, so based upon your description and based upon the care that was provided that you've described, what came in as an alert, which could mean anything, and you're assuming the worst, when you and your team evaluated Matthew Terry, you realized that he could, it was not a life-threatening situation, and that you could follow care on a relatively non-emergency basis. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the CTs and the different radiographic findings and tests were administered to Mr. Terry, and he was admitted. And do you recall whether or not he was referred to a psychiatrist or psychological or psychiatric evaluation?
So once he's admitted to the hospital, I'm no longer part of his care. But from reviewing the records, yes, it looks like there was a psychiatric consult that was obtained.
And what can cause that? What can cause a reference for a psychological or psychiatric evaluation?
A psychiatric consult can be obtained on a patient if there is any potential possibility, especially in a trauma situation, that they were either there's either a situation where the patient committed some sort of act to harm themselves at that moment, or that they suffered significant emotional distress from what event happened to them that might require some sort of medication to help them in their recovery process. There might be a psychiatric consult if there's something during the evaluation that comes up where the patient may make statements that don't make sense to the treating team, physicians. It can be any number of reasons.
Right. And particularly in Mr. Terry's case, if you would make reference to page 50 and 51 and see if that helps you determine the reason for the psychiatric reference or referral.
Yes, so on those pages, this was a note from the trauma team for what's called the tertiary survey. So I'd already explained what the primary and secondary survey was of the trauma team. The tertiary survey is the next assessment after those primary and secondary surveys are performed. For lack of a better term, once the dust settles, they get to reassess the patient to make sure there really isn't anything else that was missed, and to follow up on anything that might have been done after the trauma day in the interim. And this note was written by Nuri Nelson, who is part of the trauma team and is a nurse practitioner, a member of the trauma team. And she indicates the exam regarding the wounds and also the findings from the CAT scan during the emergency medicine visit, and then also at that point that a psychiatric consult was ordered.
And if you would take a look on page 27 of the records to determine whether or not that evaluation was done.
Yes, so on page 27, this is by Dr. Chatakta, who is one of the psychiatrists, so psychiatric physicians at Tampa General, performing the consultation that had been ordered by the trauma team. And the reason for request is always noted whenever there's a consult of any sort. And the reason for request that was indicated here was self-inflicted neck laceration, reports feeling depressed.
All right. And you mentioned in the first part of the evaluation of Matthew Terry, you needed to find out whether if he was in need of emergency care and whether there were substantial or any injuries to his neck which require additional intervention. How can you describe the injuries to Matthew Terry's neck in terms of the size of the wound, the depth of the wound, and what structures were involved in the neck and were not involved relating to those two injuries?
So initially, we do a visual or clinical assessment, and his injuries were, like I said before, on either side of his windpipe. They were going straight up and down on either side. They were not actively bleeding. So even though the tissue was open, the wound was open, there wasn't blood coming out of it. The bleeding had stopped. There, like I said, there was no bubbling. There was no expanding hematoma. In order to get a better view of the extent of the injuries, that's when we ordered the CAT scans. And the results are in the chart. They start on page 19 as far as the findings of a CAT scan. And under the setting of soft tissues, it's described as bilateral, which means on both sides, bilateral laceration, soft tissue defects overlying the anterior bilateral sternocleidomastoid muscles. And they give measurements of 4.4 by 1.6 by 2.3 centimeters on the right side, and then 8.6 by 1.8 by 2.4 centimeters on the left. So just to make sure that everyone knows what the sternocleidomastoid is, it's this muscle belly that you'll sort of feel when you turn your neck over here. And you have them on both sides, so you can feel them when you turn your neck. They are fairly close to the surface of the neck, and overlying that you have skin, fat, what's called fascia, which is sort of like a sinew in between the muscle bellies. There's a very, very thin layer of another muscle called platysma that's right over that, and then there's a sternocleidomastoid. So depending on how much fat you have in your neck, you can either get to your sternocleidomastoid in just a couple millimeters, or it might be a couple of centimeters before you hit them. And it looks like on his imaging, he had, like I said, two wounds that were at least a couple of inches long by a little more than half an inch wide and deep.
All right, so there was no injury to the carotid, obviously.
That's correct. There's no other injuries to any of the vessels in the neck, and there don't appear to be any injury that is visible to the esophagus. However, the esophagus can sometimes hide injuries even though there's no signs of it on the CAT scan, which is why we do the additional testing procedure that was done later.
Obviously, his windpipe, his larynx weren't affected, at least from your examination of it.
At that time, it did not seem like they were, but again, we always double check with the laryngoscopy and the esophagoscopy.
The external jugular vein, was that affected at all?
So when we do these CAT scans, there's a choice of doing either what's called an angiogram or a venogram. So the angiogram looks specifically at the arteries, whereas venograms look at the veins. Typically, for the smaller veins, like the external jugular, we would probably see that clinically on a patient. Same thing with the internal jugular, because that is a very, very big vein. But the results wouldn't comment on any of the veins because of the nature of the study. However, they would have commented on secondary findings like bleeding around the jugular, that would say consistent with a possible jugular injury if there had one, and there was nothing of that sort in the report.
And the reason I ask you, because many of us, when we heard the jugular vein, it sounds serious, and it sounds like something that would need emergency medical intervention. So that's my question. My question is, one, is it possible that the external jugular vein was injured or damaged in this process?
So I feel like I have to just clarify one thing. There are two jugular veins, the external and the internal. The external is actually one that you can see if you ever, your kid ever does the breath holding because they're throwing a tantrum. It's that big vein that pops out. That's the external jugular vein. The internal one you'll never be able to see no matter how hard you hold your breath because that's quite deeper, even though it is about 10 times the size of the external jugular vein. So whenever we think of, oh my gosh, he's gotten his jugular vein, that is referring to the internal one. The external one could be easily repaired, or the bleeding stopped just with manual pressure if there was any injury to the external. The internal one, that would be a much more involved injury and much more involved repair.
Do the records indicate that Mr. Terry had a blood transfusion?
No. There's no mention of that.
Despite you talked about the severity or lack of severity of the injury, is it nevertheless possible that there could have been a substantial amount of bleeding relating to those injuries at some prior time?
There is a possibility that he could have bled at the scene, and we would not, obviously, without seeing any sort of direct evidence of it, we would not necessarily have known that. However, we did do blood work upon his arrival, and his blood counts at the time were normal. They do take a little bit of time to reach sort of an equilibrium, and so a repeat blood test can sometimes be done later on to see if the blood counts are stable. But typically, if there was a large amount of blood loss at the scene, whether it's from a penetrating wound like a knife wound or a blunt injury, there would have been other signs that we would have noticed without any blood work. Rapid heart rate, very low blood pressure, neither of which were present upon his arrival.
You mentioned there was testing done. Was there also testing done which revealed any blood alcohol in Mr. Terry's system?
Yes, it's standard that we obtain blood alcohol levels and drug screens on every trauma alert and trauma activation. And his alcohol level at the time was 72, which translated to the kind of more commonly known reference ranges when you hear of the legal driving limit of alcohol of 0.08. This would be equivalent to 0.072.
Okay, and when was that blood drawn, which revealed that result?
This blood work, let's see, that would have been drawn right when he arrived.
Don't have to get a specific, but if you can give it a ballpark as to when that blood was drawn.
It would have been immediately upon his arrival, because that would have been with the IV that was obtained upon his arrival.
And his
so
arrival?
6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Around that time.
All right, and so along with that, are you aware that the body naturally eliminates blood alcohol at a kind of standard rate?
Yes, usually it's at about 240 grams per day, anywhere from 170 to 240 grams per day, which is, when you get down to it, it's about 10 grams per hour throughout the day.
Okay, so help me with the math a little bit. If that blood was drawn at 6 o'clock, and let's say at midnight, 6 hours, if you do the math, what would his blood alcohol level be then at that point?
So it would be probably around 130 if he wasn't consuming any more. So that's assuming that he had a fixed amount at a given point, and at midnight it was probably around 130, and he didn't drink any more, and it descended down into 70 by the time 6 o'clock rolled around.
Okay, and if you've given that result, do you know the difference between legal blood and medical blood?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, there's a conversion process where we get records from the hospital and they give us a number, and then that number then is converted to a legal amount, which is different from that. Are you familiar with that? I'm not going to touch it if you're not familiar with it.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. We'll leave that for another day. All right. So All right, so just to be clear, you earlier explained the moving over the decimal points basically is what you're doing. A 72 is in terms of what you've described as a 0.07 milligrams per deciliter. Does that sound right?
Yeah, 0.07, that's correct.
0.07, and I asked you my hypothetical, assume it's midnight, and you do the math, and you said it's 1:30. So does that mean it's a 0.13, just to make sure?
0.13 would be the conversion, yes.
And the 0.13, that would be medical blood.
That would be the alcohol content in
In
blood.
the in the Tampa General Hospital records.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Do the records indicate that Mr. Terry underwent any surgery for the repair of the damages to his neck?
Yes, he underwent a procedure with the ear, nose, throat specialist where, again, they performed a laryngoscopy to look at his windpipe. They performed an esophagoscopy to look at his esophagus, and then they explored the wounds of the neck, which involves probing the structures and kind of lifting up the muscle belly, and they then proceeded to repair the lacerations.
Do you know approximately what time that repair was done? Was it done the same day? Was it done immediately? Can you give us an idea of when that repair was done?
It was not performed immediately. I'd have to just double check where the operative note was. One moment. So the record indicates that the anesthesia encounter started just after 4:30 on 5/28. So it was later that afternoon.
Okay, 4:30 in the afternoon on the same day that he was admitted at around 6 o'clock in the morning.
That's correct.
Okay, and we've talked about damages to the structures, to the neck, and that sort of thing. You wanted to make sure that his airway was able to function, he was able to breathe, and he was able to speak. And so were all those things clear? He was able to breathe on his own. He was able to speak. Is that correct?
He was able to breathe on his own. We attempted to ask him.
Objection.
So,
Rephrase that.
yeah. So my question is, the only question did his voice work? If you don't know, then that you don't have to add. You don't have to take.
I don't know if his voice worked.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Mendoza, I have no further questions for you. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Dr. Mendoza.
Good afternoon.
One thing you said at the beginning of your testimony was interesting. You said that when patients first arrive, sometimes the things you've been told, the story you've been given, isn't accurate.
That's correct.
And that's because some of that information is coming from EMS, dispatchers, police, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And because some of that information is coming from so many different sources, sometimes it gets recorded in the records incorrectly, right?
Yes, it does.
And particularly, there are notations that are in these records that we've discussed in regard to the question of whether Mr. Terry's wounds were self-inflicted or not, that look to be like an opinion, but are actually just a question of whether that's something that maybe needed to be ruled out, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's not your opinion, you have no opinion whatsoever about Mr. Terry's injuries and whether they were self-inflicted or caused by someone who attacked him.
That's correct.
Now, on page 6 of the records, it actually shows a resident named, and I'm probably going to butcher the name, Yuya Burkhart, who signed on as treating Matthew Terry at the very beginning of the trauma service. But that was actually you that treated him at the beginning of trauma, correct?
That's correct. Dr. Burkhart is one of the residents that I work with, and typically when a patient appears on our electronic tracking board as a trauma patient, whoever is going to become part of that treatment team, there's usually a resident involved with an attending. They'll just put their name on it to kind of indicate to everybody else that this is going to be my patient as the resident from their perspective. And then I'll sign on whenever I can.
And in fact, that brings up a good point. Sometimes you can't make the notations in the record that you otherwise would because you're busy treating the patient.
That's correct.
And sometimes it can take a significant amount of time to treat the patient, so you can't get to that till much later.
That's correct. If the treatment of the patient is paramount, then we can sort of write everything afterwards.
Sure. And there was actually some confusion when Matthew Terry came into the trauma, right?
That is correct.
And sometimes notes get attributed to one doctor, even if they're written by another.
Sometimes that can happen, yes.
And for instance, on page 16 of the record, page 11 of the records, there's a notation at 602 that was begun by a resident named Lawrence Seymour, but it was actually you that was evaluating Mr. Terry at that time, right?
So Dr. Seymour was one of the residents that was participating in the evaluation of Mr. Terry. The resident, more often than not, I would say 99.9% of the time, the resident is the one who first starts the emergency medicine note for any patient that comes in. And then once the attending, in this case me, gets involved, we will sign off on it afterwards. So even though this looks like it was my note, Dr. Seymour was the one who started it, and I basically co-sign it, attesting to the fact that I agree with what he has written, that it was something that we found together during our evaluation and documented as such.
But you can be listed as the author of a note that you actually didn't author.
So correct. It's a quirk in the computer system where because I'm sort of the final signatory on the note, I get listed as the author, but the vast majority of the wording on the actual note is typed out by Dr. Seymour, and then there's a very brief note that is my own writing later on. If I can find the actual page for you so you can refer to it. It's on page 20, and it's timestamped 646 under ED course, and patient found with bilateral neck lacerations, unknown history, will obtain labs imaging, dispo per trauma team, which means that we're going to await the trauma team's evaluation to know how to disposition the patient, which is where they're going to end up after the trauma bay.
Sure, and that note, as you said, was 40 minutes later, right?
That's correct.
And there are even times when multiple doctors and multiple nurses are getting assigned to multiple patients all at once and they accidentally click on the wrong patient too.
That's correct.
There are even pre-populated parts of the notes that end up coming up and looking like something was said or done later, but that is just coming from the very initial parts when somebody maybe came in through EMS and there were things that had to be ruled out in that regard.
That's correct.
Now, you were asked about a psych consult. Psych consults can be ordered because somebody else suspects that a patient might have an issue that needs to be dealt with, not necessarily based just on anything that a treating physician or even the patient or someone else may have indicated, right?
That's possible, yes.
Now, regarding Matthew Terry's wounds themselves, there's no way to know whether Matthew Terry's wounds were self-inflicted or caused by someone who attacked him, right?
That's correct.
Any reference in his personal medical records about self-inflicted simply were things that your team needed to, or another team later, would need to rule out.
That's correct.
Now, his 2 injuries, you talked a little bit about them, but they actually extend into the sternocleidomastoid muscles, right?
They extended into the sternocleidomastoid, yes.
I know you mentioned that, and just to be clear with the jury what that means that the stabs went through skin, fat, fascia, which is a layer of sinew, platysema, which is a layer of muscle, and then into the sternocleidomastoid muscle, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And he had to have surgery to repair his wounds, right?
That's correct.
Could I just have a moment?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
No questions, Your Honor, thank you.
Release.
Yes, Your Honor.
Release.
Yes, Your Honor.
Doctor, you may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. Be careful out there. It's getting windy.
Thank you very much.
Allow us to state, please call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call crime scene investigator Brandon Douglas.
Brandon Douglas. Mr. Douglas, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, sir.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bail down and grant these up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone is fully adjustable. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury, if you would.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Douglas.
And Mr. Douglas, what is your profession or employment?
I am a crime scene investigator.
And you're a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us about your experience, your training, which qualifies you to be a crime scene investigator with the Sheriff's Office.
Sure. Well, I have the Associates in Science degree in crime scene technology. Have a bachelor's degree. It's just in public safety administration. I've actually worked for, this is my 3rd agency I've worked for, so every agency I've worked for, I've gone through a field training program, which has lasted anywhere from 3 months to 6 months. Altogether, I've been in crime scene for approximately 18 years, so I've gone through numerous training classes and a variety of topics related to crime scene investigation.
Safe to say you've been to hundreds of crime scenes?
Yes, it is.
I want to draw your attention to May 28th, 2022. Were you asked to respond to an address on Kite Ridge Drive relating to a death investigation?
Yes, sir, I was.
Tell us about how you got that information and what you did when you got that request.
Yes, at approximately 2:58 in the morning, I was requested to respond to 6209 Kite Ridge Drive. So once I did that, I was actually called in from home, a little early from home. So I got ready, responded to the scene, and I arrived at the scene at approximately 4:09 a.m.
So were you actually on duty when you got this call?
I was supposed to start at 6 a.m., so they called me in a little early.
So you responded, you got out there to Kite Ridge, and what did you first do, or who did you first speak with?
First, I met with Detective Van Gilder and actually CSI Janisic.
So there was another crime scene investigator, Ms. Janisic, who was already there,
Yes, sir.
and based upon the conversations you had with them or anybody else at the sheriff's office, what did you understand your responsibilities or requests were going to be?
So essentially, I was going to take over for CSI Janisic. She had worked the night shift, so I was going to relieve her.
And did you do that?
I did.
Were you aware that crime scene investigator Janisic had already performed some task related to this investigation?
Yes, I did.
And were you aware that the Janisic had taken had a swab that she turned over to you?
Yes, she did.
All right. Tell us about how you went about your job. What'd you do
On the scene.
on the scene?
So CSI Janisic basically took photographs of the inside of the residence overalls, and I was kind of tasked to kind of come in behind her and meet with Detective Van Gilder. We were gonna he picked out items of evidence that he wanted collected, so I placed yellow evidence markers on those specific items, photographed them, and ultimately collected them.
That was from the interior of 6207 Kite Ridge?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, so you collected some evidence. You actually took your own photographs
I
at
did.
6207. And what was the next task that you performed, or did you perform tasks in the course of that evidence collection and photographing of the interior of 6207?
I started in the inside of the house. The items he had picked out, I photographed and collected them, and we also kind of searched the kitchen area to look for any, see if there's any missing knives.
At some point, did Dr. Ashley Perkins arrive on the scene?
Yes, she did.
Okay, so did you have any part or participation in anything that she was doing there at the scene that morning?
Yes, I was standing next to her while she's performing her examination. I was photographing and documenting that process.
Okay, so you're actually there with Dr. Perkins.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Were bags placed on Kay Baker's hands for evidence preservation?
Yes, they were.
And did you assist in that regard?
I did.
All right, we'll get to some of the details regarding the evidence inside of 6207 here in just a few minutes. Let's kind of round out the things that you did, the responsibilities that you had with the overall crime scene, if you would.
Sure. So after Dr. Perkins cleared the scene, I basically went to the backyard of 6207 and 6209, and there we were looking for any suspected blood, which we did find in both of those backyards. And I began to label the various spots of suspected blood with green evidence markers. I photographed that once the markers were in place, and then I ended up swabbing all of those stains I had marked.
And did you happen to notice that there was a window open and a screen door pushed out at 6207?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any? Did you photograph? First of all, did you photograph that area?
I did.
Did you otherwise take any steps to preserve either the dimensions of the window or otherwise participate in that evidence preservation?
Yes, sir. I put basically a tape measure up next to the window and took photographs with the tape measure.
All right, so you were green, right?
Yes, sir.
Was there another crime scene investigator there as well at some point in the crime scene investigation?
Yes, there was.
Who?
That would be CSI Durr.
That's DER.
Yes, sir.
Did crime scene investigator Durr also assist you at least in some ways in your job and your responsibilities or your review of the scene?
Yes, he was there with me, kind of helping identify suspected stains of blood on the ground.
Did you mentioned that you were green? Do you recall whether or not crime scene investigator Durr had his own separate responsibilities?
He did. I was there was a brush line that divided the main backyard of the residence. There was a brush line, and then the right of way and the Lithia Pinecrest. So he was responsible from the area north of the brush to Lithia Pinecrest.
So you're kind of the backyards of 6207, 6209, maybe 6211. That was your primary responsibility. Crime scene investigator Durr, do you remember what color he was using? Was he using green as well or not?
No, he actually used red evidence markers.
So if we look at the evidence markers, those little cones that they have, the green ones are basically you, and the red ones are basically crime scene investigator Durr.
Correct.
All right, you told us that you ended up swabbing those areas that you marked. And when you say swabbing, I want you to explain that process, if you would, to the jury so that we can understand what it is and why you did it.
Sure. So the procedure we use for swabbing, we have sterile cotton tip swabs, which is basically a cotton tip on a wooden stick, essentially. So what I do would open the package, I apply a little distilled water to both of the cotton tip swabs, and then just swab the surface that we want to swab or collect the sample from.
Okay, and then what do you do to ensure its evidentiary integrity?
So the two swabs that are in the package, once I swab them, I place it back in the package, and the swab gets put in a white, basically mailing envelope, and that envelope goes into a yellow or a manila envelope.
And what is the purpose of taking a swab? What evidentiary value does it have potentially?
In this particular case, I was swabbing the suspected blood stain, so it collects the blood sample.
All right, and then in the process of having those markers, and you're primarily the green ones, and the different work that you did you then photograph those markers as they were positioned at the time that you collected the swabs?
I did.
So the markers are going to represent the locations of the swabs that you took.
Correct.
All right, let's start off with the interior of 6207, if you could. I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification. States Exhibits 34, 35, 36, and 40. If you would, take a look at each of those exhibits, those photographs, and tell me if you can identify them and if they actually represent or depict the photographs or the interior of 6207 when you were conducting your investigation on May 28, 2022.
Yes, they do.
You know, at this time, the state offers exhibits 34, 35, 36, and 40.
Any objection?
Just again, numerical, the number of the letters.
Are they composites? Yeah, if you could give us 34A through.
I apologize. It's 34A through C.
Thank you. 35.
35A through G.
Sorry, is that cheese?
G is in George. 36A through F, as in Frank. (40) A through P as in Peter.
Any objection
Maintain the prior objection,
other than previous objections?
and that's specifically to states 34.
All right, other than previous objections to 34, any additional objections?
Your Honor.
All right, 34A through C, 35A through G, 36A through F, and 40A through P will be admitted at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, first, 34. 34A, do you recognize 34A? Or what can you tell us about 34A?
Yes, this was a wire hanger that was on an ottoman in the living room, which I labeled with yellow evidence marker number 2.
And is that the place you saw it or you found it?
It was.
And then B, that's the same hanger,
Yes, sir. That's a close-up with the hanger with a scale.
all right? And then C,
And that is a close-up of the hook part that's kind of bent out straight.
all right, so, I don't know if I can get that lightened up any at all. There we go. Okay, so all these are the same Exhibit 2. One's just closer and one's even closer.
Correct.
Okay, now we have 35. Here's 35A. So we can get close enough where we can read it to you. Is that your handwriting?
It is.
Okay. Can you read what it says?
It should say master bedroom.
Okay. Because that's what it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the door to the master bedroom.
Correct.
All right. And then here's B. And what room is that?
This is also in the master bedroom. That was a nightstand next to the bed, obviously.
Okay, let me focus in. There's an evidence marker 3, and what's that evidence marker related to?
That is actually marking a cell phone, which is to the right of the evidence marker.
To right of 3. You took that into evidence?
I did.
And here's C of 35. What's that?
So what I'm capturing here at the top picture is that nightstand we talked about previously.
Okay.
And so kind of in front of the nightstand and next to the bed is like a door strike plate.
Okay, and here we have D. And what's that?
And that was, I believe that was the piece of the doorknob, the part that sticks out into the door jamb.
And it says master bedroom, and that's where it's from?
Correct.
That's your writing?
Yes, it is.
E? What's E?
This is the strike plate I was referring to in the not the previous photograph, but the one before.
Again, from the master bedroom.
Yes, sir.
F.
And this is the door to the master bedroom, just showing there's a kind of the damage or the splintered on the opening side there.
To the master bedroom.
Yes, sir.
And G.
And that is a close-up of the just the door and lock mechanism.
Okay. All right, let's move on to 36A through F. Here's A. Zoom out a little bit so we get an overall first. And what is 36A?
This is a photograph in the kitchen on top of the on the counter there above the dishwasher. I was marking a cell phone, which I had marked with yellow evidence marker number 1.
Okay. Is that the cell phone to our left of marker 1?
Yes, it is.
And I guess is a this is a little closer close-up of 1. Is that right?
Correct.
There's also number 1. Is this the reverse side of that cell phone?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's the back side.
Okay. Okay. That's number 1. And so here is 36D. Are we back in the bedroom?
Yes, this is back in the master bedroom.
Okay. And again, that's you mentioned that number 3 was a cell phone.
Correct.
And then 36E.
That is a close-up of that.
That's a
Same
close-up of the
Yes,
of
sir.
exhibit number 3.
Yes, sir.
And then F. That's a close-up. Is that correct?
Correct. That would be the front side, the screen side.
The front side. Okay. Okay, that's 36. Next we have 40. We got 40A. Okay, what's 40A?
This is also in the kitchen. This was a knife block on top of the counter.
From the same kitchen area that the cell phone was from?
Correct.
Exhibit number 1, okay. All right, and this is 40B. What's 40B?
This is a close-up of that same knife block.
All right, in that same kitchen at 6207.
Correct.
And here's C, 40C. What's 40C?
And this is just another view so you can kind of see the top side of that knife block.
Okay, let me focus it in, zoom it in a little bit and see if we can read anything. There's an empty space for a knife block. Can you tell what that says?
Yes, that says 3-inch bird's beak.
And Jim, I'm gonna approach. Sure. Jeff.
Okay, and here's 40D. And what's 40D?
So this is a picture of that same knife block. I had pulled originally the previous picture show the bottom, the first row there. To the right, those two empty slots were empty. So I pulled the one just to the left of the empty slot just to get a picture of what those knives actually look like.
And when you were there, based upon your observations, did it appear that the knife that's in the hand matches the handles of the other knives?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and here is 40E. If you would take a look at 40E. What's 40E?
So this is in the dishwasher. We found two black-handled steak knives in the dishwasher. So that same knife I had pulled out, I'm putting against the knives we found in the dishwasher just to show they're the same brand.
Okay, so the knives in the dishwasher match the other knives that were in the block.
Correct.
And here's F. Here's 40F. And what's 40F?
So this is kind of a mid-range picture. So I'm showing the front half of the photograph was the kitchen area where you can see evidence marker number 2. And then towards the top left of the picture, you can see evidence marker number 2 in the background.
And there's an open dishwasher there. Is that the dishwasher that you were earlier referring to?
It was.
And 40G. Is that just another angle of the same area?
It is.
H. Again, same dishwasher, same area, just from a different angle.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and 40 I. That's the same dishwasher.
It is.
Okay, there's knives indicated in that dishwasher, correct?
Correct. They're two kind of black-handled steak knives, which were similar to the steak knives in the knife block.
J, same dishwasher.
Yes, so I closed the top shelf. This is just the second shelf.
And K,
Same dishwasher, just showing the bottom shelf.
just showing the bottom shelf. L,
And this is just a photograph of the kitchen sink.
and the contents of the kitchen sink were the contents that you found them.
Correct.
Same with the dishwasher. Whatever was or wasn't in the dishwasher is what you photographed.
Correct.
Okay, and here's 40M. See if I can. Same kitchen, 6207.
Yes, it is.
What is depicted in that photo?
So this was the silverware drawer in the kitchen.
And here's N, 40N. Zoom out a little bit. Again, another the kitchen drawer.
Yes, sir.
And then O.
And this is that same kitchen drawer. You can see we found kind of 4 brown wooden handled steak knives in the top part of that drawer.
And then P,
And that is just a close up of the 4 steak knives we found from the drawer.
okay, we kind of inventoried the photographs that you took in the interior of 6207. I'm going to show you some additional photographs. If you would take a look at these photographs, and they are 41 A through W, 42 A through V as in Victor, 43 A through Y, and 44 A through Y. So as to 41 A through W, 42 A through V, 43 A through Y, and 44 A through Y, if you would take a look at those photographs. Okay, as to those exhibits in 41, 42, 43, and 44, Mr. Douglas, will you take a look at those photographs and tell me if they fairly and accurately depict the scene as in the area 6207 through 6211, Kite Ridge, on May 28, 2022.
Yes, they do.
Thank you. This time, Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 41 A through W, 42 A through V, 43 A through Y, and 44 A through Y.
Well, the last one was also Y?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, so any objection?
No objection.
41 A through W, 42 A through V, 43 A through Y, and 44 A through Y will be admitted at this time.
All right, let's start off with 41. If you can, tell us what this depicts and orient us, if you can, relating to this crime scene, either by residence number or other references that will be helpful.
Sure. So this photograph is showing, I already have my green evidence markers put down. The house on the left is 6209 and the house on the right is 6211.
Okay, and those evidence markers, is that T in the front,
It is.
and then S
Yes, sir.
in the back, and so on, okay? Is 41B another example of that same area, maybe a little closer up? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
And there appears to be some discoloration in the grass just to the lower left of T. Is that discoloration relating to the position of K. Baker?
Yes, it is.
And is that a close-up? This is 41C. That's a close-up of that same area.
Yes, sir, it is.
And 41D. Same area.
It is. Kind of the bottom right of the picture is that area we were discussing on the previous photograph, and the center and the top is the porch to 6209.
And it appears to be some sort of measuring device that's beneath the railing there.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you put that there?
I did.
And it's a ruler, basically, essentially a ruler.
Yeah, tape measure.
The tape measure, and those are tape measure in inches. Is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And here's another. Is that a close up? This is E41. E, is that a close up of that same tape measure area of 6209?
It is, and in the center you can see I labeled some of the red suspected blood with the green scale, and I labeled it DD Delta Delta.
Delta Delta. T is the same area?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And this is G. Let's turn to G. What is G?
This is that same photograph. You can see the green marker T. The top portion of the photograph is another tape measure I laid down, and on the left side of the photograph is the front porch. It's a 6209.
So the T on this photo is the same T that we looked at on the previous photograph.
Yes, sir.
And here's S, as in Sam. I mean, photograph 41H. What does this depict?
That is another large area of suspected blood in between the house of 6209 and 6211.
Same photograph with tape measure?
Yes, sir.
(41J).
This one is another large area of suspected blood, which I had labeled with the green marker R, as in Romeo. This is actually on the west side of 6211, kind of near the front porch.
There appear to be some sort of red-colored, like an arch pattern on the side of the wall at the base.
Correct.
Is that the way you found it?
It is.
Okay, 41K. Sorry.
And this is just another view of that same area.
And here's L. Same area now with the tape measure?
Yes, sir.
And here's 41M.
This is that same area. I'm just showing the wall portion of the residence with a tape measure.
Okay, here's 41Q. Orient us as to 41Q, if you could, please.
So this is also between...
I'm sorry. No, it's N. It is N with a marker that's designated Q. This is N, 41N.
This is between 6209 and 6211. This fence here is basically the front area of the fence, which belongs to 6211's residence.
And are you looking into the front yard, or are we looking to the backyard? The backyard's the top of the photograph?
Yeah, I'm standing in the front looking towards the back.
Thank you. And here's O. This is 41O. What does this depict?
And that is a close-up of some suspected blood on that little grass leaf right in the center there. And I used green marker Q. It's in Quebec.
So you mentioned all these markers that were made. You took swabs from the suspected blood there.
Correct, I did.
And here's 41P.
And that is that same photograph. I just used the scale.
And now we have 41Q. Tell us about 41Q.
So this is near the letter marker Q. This is that front fence I was talking about. So this red stain I have labeled CC, Charlie Charlie.
Okay. 41R. Let me zoom out so you can orient us, please.
So this photograph in particular, you can see the two green scales I used on kind of the center of the photograph. This is actually the east side of 6209 near the back.
Okay, and again, you're looking into the backyard?
Yes, sir.
Where is, if you're looking at that photograph, where is that wooded area relating to the case?
Basically the top of the photograph. So if you're looking straight back, the top area, that's where the brush line starts.
And let me focus in here a little bit if I can. And did you put those markers there?
I did.
And here's another one. Were they designated by number or letter?
Letters. This, if you zoom out, the green scale kind of closest to our vantage point was labeled BB, Bravo Bravo, and the one above that or to the right of that was labeled AA, Alpha Alpha.
All right, so it's BB is the one that's basically at the more to the bottom of this photograph as we're looking at it.
Correct.
And above that and to the right of that is what designation?
AA.
That's AA. Thank you. All right, now we got 41S as in Sam. Tell us about S if you can. Let me zoom out so we can become more oriented.
So here I'm just kind of, if you see to the right, that is the 6209 address. So I'm kind of standing in the backyard, actually looking towards the front yard.
And we just talked about these markers right here, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And we've previously talked about the markers that are on the grass in previous photographs, right? Correct? Right, and here's T, here's 41T. Let me zoom out. This 41T, is that same wall at 6209?
Correct. You can see our marker scale I have there, AA and BB.
So now we can read AA and BB better. Okay. Thank you. And now we've got, zoom out. Here's 41U. What's 41U?
And this is a close-up of what I had marked AA, suspected blood with a tape measure in view.
Same AA that we've been talking about.
Yes, sir.
And then 41V.
And this is showing what I had labeled BB, our suspected blood, with a tape measure in view.
Okay. All right, just to be clear, there's only one green BB, just as like there's only one green T, a Q, and R in the remaining.
Correct.
So you did that specifically to make sure that there was no misunderstanding as to what the markers were and which one was which.
Correct.
I finished with that number. Let's go on to 42. Okay, 42A. What are we looking at?
So this is the backyard of 6209. So to the right, you can see the fence line we kind of discussed. That's the fence line of 6211. So I'm standing near the back of 6209, looking north or towards the back. The brush is there at the top of the picture, and on the other side of the brush is Lithia pinecrest.
Okay, and there's a marker here. Let
Yes,
me
sir.
see if I can focus in, get us a little closer. Did you put that marker there? Is it O?
Yes, I did, and yes, it is.
Okay. And I see something green on the fence over here at this area. Was that there before, or did you put that there?
I put that there.
Okay. Appears to be maybe some other markers along the fence.
Yes.
We're going to get to those.
Yes, sir.
Here's B. Okay. Let's zoom out. Okay. What's 42B?
So this is that fence line we previously talked about. You can see the marker O kind of in the lower right-hand corner of the photograph,
Okay.
and it's kind of hard to see, but there are green scales labeling suspected blood along that fence line.
Okay. Okay. .42C.
That is a close-up of some suspected blood that I label with marker O. You can see if you're looking at the marker, kind of the lower right marker, there's like a grass petal there that has a red stain on it.
Okay. And let's look at D, 42D. Let me zoom out a little bit first. What's that? What is it? What is D?
That is that same stain. I just added a scale to it.
Look at that. And is that marker U?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you can, just to orient us, In the background, there's some garbage cans. What those garbage cans are to which residence?
That is the back half of the residence to 6209.
6209. And is this Exhibit T, 42T, is that from that same location, only with some markers on it?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all I have from 42. Let's move on to 43. Sorry. This is 44. Mr. Douglas, you took photographs of the backyards area 6209 and 6207. Here is 44A. Is this a photograph from a portion from that backyard?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so orient us with B, 44B if you can, some landmarks or areas that are of note so that we can make sure that we're all looking at the same thing.
So the structure here in the kind of top right of the photograph is the back of 6207. So I'm standing in the basically the northwest corner of the property, facing towards the. You can see the back, but I'm facing towards the front.
All right. And there appears to be some markers with letters on them, and then some markers on this little jungle gym or climbing structure in that backyard of 6207. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And here's 44U. Is that a picture just at a different angle or viewing something different from that same area?
Yeah, so I'm this photograph, I'm standing in the same spot as I was previously, but I'm facing more, so you can see the side of 6207 and the fence line of 6205.
Okay, that's 44. And now let's go to our last set of photographs, 43, if we can, please. Here's 43A. Take a look at 43A, and again, if you would, please orient us.
So here, if you look on the left side of the photograph, that is 6209, and that structure kind of top center is 6207. And on the kind of center right side in the background there, you can kind of see where that jungle gym is at.
Okay. And if we look at 43J, can you again orient us, please?
Yeah, here I'm standing kind of on the property line between 6207 and 6209. You can see the jungle gym in the top center of the photograph, and then the markers we previously discussed to the right of the jungle gym.
And again, all those markers are the markers that you placed and which correlate to the swabs that you took.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's all I have in 43. All right, Mr. Mr. Douglas, you testified earlier that you were passed off a swab from the hand of Matthew Terry, crime scene investigator Janicek. Do you recognize this? Can you take a look at, open it up? I'm sorry. What number is that?
22.
22. It's been cut open, and so if you would. You recognize 22.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a envelope from, according to the label, swab of the right hand from Matthew Terry that was turned over to me by CSI Janicek.
Appears to be in a sealed condition.
Yes, it was.
State officer number 22, Your Honor.
As soon as we have a moment to look at it,
Yes, take your time.
United States offers exhibit number 22.
Any objection?
no objection.
22 will be admitted.
Now, Mr. Douglas, you mentioned some evidence that you made reference to inside 6207. I want to show you a few exhibits, if I can, please. First, number 37. Okay, first I'm going to show you, if I can, would have the mark for identification. Stacy exhibit number 37, if you would take a look at that. And look at the package and the mark on the camera. You can identify. Do you recognize it?
I do.
What is it?
This is the cell phone I collected from the nightstand in the master bedroom.
That would be marker 3.
Yes, sir.
And at this time, the state offers 37.
Any objection?
No objection.
37 is admitted.
Next, 39. If you would look at 39 and tell me if you can recognize it. Package is open. Contents.
I do.
What is that exhibit?
This is the cell phone I collected from the kitchen counter.
That was exhibit 1.
Yes, sir.
Not this time, State Office 39.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
39 is admitted.
Next I'm showing you what's marked as exhibit number 38. If you look at 38 and tell me if you cannot recognize it.
I do.
And what is it?
This is a set of keys to the residence.
Appear to be in the same condition today as when you took them into evidence back on May 28, 2022.
It is.
Now the State Office number 38.
Any objection to 38?
No objection.
38 is admitted.
Now, Mr. Douglas, you talked about the swabbing that you took on all the markers and on the green markers that we talked about. I'm going to look, I'm sure it has been marked for identification in State's exhibit number 50.
No objection.
What was the number?
Number 50.
50 admitted.
$49. There's also another a stain from green CC. Green CC. Is it a swab that you took from CC?
Yes, it is.
You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
State Office 49, Your Honor.
Any objection to 49?
No, Your Honor.
49 admitted.
48. Marker green BB. Swab from that marker.
I recognize that.
And is that in the same conditions when you took it into evidence?
Yes, sir, it is.
Number 40, State Office 48, Your Honor.
48, no objection.
No objection.
48 admitted.
47, the swab from green marker U. If you would, take a look at that and tell me if that is your swab from that green marker U.
It is.
State Office number 47, Your Honor.
No objection.
47 admitted.
46, swab from green R. Take a look at that and make sure that it properly represents the green, your swab from green marker R.
It does.
Your Honor, the State Office number 46.
Any objection?
No objection.
46 admitted.
And number 50, the swab from the stain green DD, as in Delta Delta.
It is.
Did you say that was 50? I had DD at 50 and already admitted. The only one you don't have is 45, marker J.
I've got this one right now, 45, Your Honor. So I'm ready for that as soon as we
Okay, but what about that one you just referred to as marker DD? What number did you have that as?
That is Exhibit 50.
And it's already been admitted, correct?
That I don't know, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, 50?
I think I started off with that one, and I think it was already.
He started with 50.
50's been
and then
admitted.
went to another number, but it wasn't admitted.
It wasn't?
Was 50 admitted?
50, yes, it is. Yes, it is, I'm sorry.
Okay. The only one that I don't have on my list admitted is 45. Did you just move that in, or you're in the process?
I'm in the process, Your Honor. Number 45 from green marker J. Green marker J, the swap from green marker J.
Okay.
Does that accurately represent what it is, swap from green J?
It does. It is.
United States Office 45.
45, any objection?
No objection.
45 admitted.
Now, Mr. Douglas, did you go to the medical examiner's office on May 28th as part of your duties relating to the autopsy of Kay Baker?
Yes, I actually went the next day, May 29th, to the actual autopsy.
The actual, I'm sorry, on May 29th, you were there at May 29th?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification as states exhibit number 29. Purple tank top from Kay Baker. If you would take a look at that, tell me if it is in the same condition as when you obtained it back in May of 2022.
Yes, it is.
Now we see it offers 29.
Any objection?
No objection.
29 admitted.
The blue jean pants from Kay Baker. That came from the medical examiner's office. Can you take a look at that? And is that what it is in the same conditions when you obtained it?
Yes, it is.
State office number 30.
Any objection to 30?
No objection.
30 admitted.
All right. Next I have 31. Right-hand fingernail clippings from Kate Baker. Number 31, if you would take a look at that. If you need to open up the packaging to confirm it, and look at the packaging and it confirms that fact, let us know what you want to do.
Okay.
Is that the
Yes, that's the clippings from the right hand.
from the right hand of Kay Baker?
Yes, sir.
State office number 31, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
31 admitted.
Number 32, left hand nail clippings from Kay Baker.
Okay.
And you recognize it?
I do.
Is that what it is?
Yes, sir.
State office number 32.
Any objection?
No objection.
32 admitted.
And number 3 is the swab from Kay Baker's neck.
3.
I'm sorry, 33, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And is that the swab taken from K. Baker's neck?
Yes, it is.
State offers 143.
Any objection?
No objection.
33 admitted.
Mr. Douglas, did you perform any other duties or responsibilities relating to this investigation?
I did not.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. I have no further questions from this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Douglas.
Good afternoon.
Now, when you first arrived at the scene, you said that you were taking over for crime scene Janicek that was already there.
Yes, that's correct.
And the detective that was present, the crime scene detective at that time, was Detective Van Gilder.
Yes, that's correct.
Did that detective remain with you, or did another detective come and join you while you were out there?
Detective Van Goder stayed for a short while, then he was actually relieved by Detective Davis.
And were you the only crime scene tech at that point when Janicek left, or did Durr come at the same time that you arrived?
He arrived a short time, I don't remember how long, but a short time after I arrived.
And was CSI Durr involved at all in the interior of the home, in the backyard area that you saw the photographs for?
Not in the interior. He did an initial walkthrough with me of the backyard, and then we kind of split apart after that.
And you would agree that at the time that you're arriving and documenting the scene, it is the scene as you observed it at that time.
Correct.
So anything that may have happened prior to your arrival as far as contaminating the scene, walking through the scene, things like that, you don't have any knowledge of that personally.
Correct, that's correct.
You are relayed at times certain information, like if HCSO broke open a door like they did in this case.
Correct.
Okay, and so you're documenting all the damage, whether it's relevant to the criminal investigation or not.
Correct.
And when you go out and you document crime scenes, you all are documenting more versus less because you want to gather the information that's there and the evidence that's there at that time.
Correct.
Are you involved at all with trying to search the brush area for any potential weapon?
I am not.
Did you ever go into that brush area or into the area where CSI Durr went to document?
Not that I recall.
When you all were out there, did you ever observe any potential footprint evidence?
I personally did not.
Now, have you been out to crime scenes before where you've had that type of evidence?
Sure.
And are there measures that you can take to try to document that and preserve a potential footprint that might be in a crime scene?
Yes, the main one that comes to mind, you can photograph it.
And then you can also sometimes cast it.
Correct.
Okay, and you've done both of those throughout your time as a crime scene investigator?
I have.
And so in this case, when you went and walked in the area, there were no footprint evidence that you may have either photographed or scaled like you did with the blood evidence or cast.
Yes, I did not.
There were other ways that you all attempted to document the scene using Faro. Is that right?
Well, we started using Faro and then ultimately decided to stop.
And tell the jury what Faro is.
Faro is a 3D laser scanner, so it basically has the capability to take multiple scans of the scene to capture a 3D point cloud so you can kind of fly through the scene.
And in this case, you all attempted to do that, but you weren't able to do it because of the scanner?
No, so initially we had planned on doing Faro scans. So right before Dr. Perkins arrived, the medical examiner, I had started scanning around the body just so we can capture that area before the decedent was moved. And then once Dr. Perkins left, there was a discussion, and ultimately it was decided that we weren't going to move forward capturing any more Faro scans.
Okay, so although you would have been able to do that, you ended up not going that route.
Correct.
Okay. And there were other areas or ways that you all tried to document the scene by using drone photographs?
Correct.
And what happened with those?
So from what I understand, we did have a deputy with a drone come out and document the scene with his drone, but apparently there was some kind of issue with his the images on his SD card, so those images were lost.
And you were going to use those images in order to create or generate a diagram in this case?
Correct.
And so that prevented you from being able to do that?
Yes, it did.
Now, when you were talking earlier with the state and seeing the photographs of the evidence markers that were placed down, you said you were using green markers and CSI Durr was using a different color?
Correct. He was using red.
Okay, so he's using red and you're using green, and so that would just annotate to the jury at this point that that just happened to be the markers that you all put down.
Correct. Yeah.
There was no other significance to them other than you were the ones documenting them at that moment.
Yes, just to differentiate who collected what.
Now, do you end up swabbing every spot that you put a marker down for?
Yes, I did.
And do all of those swabs end up getting sent to FDLE for future testing?
I don't know what ended up getting submitted. I just do the collection and packaging, and then once I turn it into evidence, I have no further involvement with it.
Are there some items that you do have follow through with as far as if you collect items of evidence at the scene and then you take them back to your office that you may process further?
Yes, potentially.
Did you all end up processing the window screen that was located outside of the residence?
Not to my knowledge, I know I did not, to my knowledge, I don't believe it was.
Did you all dust that area for fingerprints or for potential fingerprints?
I know I did not, I don't recall anybody doing that though.
Did you swab that area for potential DNA evidence like you swabbed all the other areas?
We did not.
And when you were looking at before in State's photograph 40F, the dishwasher, now when you arrived at the scene, was the dishwasher in that state, meaning the door open and the drawers pulled out?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And was it your understanding that that was done by either the crime scene detective or Janisek at the time when they were looking for potential evidence?
To my knowledge, wasn't aware of anybody who did that. That was just how I found it when I got there.
Okay, so if that was done, like the other things that may have been done prior to your arrival, you don't have any independent knowledge of that. That's just how it was observed at the time when you arrived.
Correct.
And was there any blood evidence that you located inside of the residence?
There was not.
If I could have one moment. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be released by the state
Yes, Your Honor.
and the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. Absolutely.
Thank you.
State, please call your next witness.
United States calls crime scene investigator Durr.
What?
Robert Durr, Your Honor.
Got it. What number? Here he is, 16. Clerk, that is his. Mr. Durr, good afternoon and welcome, sir. Come on down to be sworn, wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. You swear and affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff down to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your steps, sir. When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. As soon as you're ready, I'll let Mr. Dirks proceed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Robert A. Durr III.
And what is your profession or employment?
I am a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Tell me about your training and experience that qualifies you for your position at the Sheriff's Office.
I went through a college-level program on crime scene investigation. Took me about a year to do that. Once hired, I went through 9 months of on-the-job training, which covers all the basic aspects of crime scene investigations. I've also done advanced courses in shooting reconstruction, firearms, fingerprinting, photography.
And how long have you been a crime scene investigator with the Sheriff's Office?
About 15 and a half years.
I'm going to draw your attention back to May 28, 2022. Were you asked to respond to the scene of an investigation on Kite Ridge Drive in Hillsborough County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall about what time it was when you arrived there?
I believe it was about 5:30 in the morning.
And when you arrived there, did you have any discussions with individuals to determine what your responsibilities were going to be at that crime scene?
I met with Detective Van Gilder, CSI Douglas, and then Detective Davis, Kelsey Davis.
And what was it determined to be your responsibility or job there?
To begin with, I was assisting CSI Douglas as he was working on a portion of the scene. And then from there, I broke away and worked a separate portion of the scene.
Did you take any photographs in relation to your responsibilities there that day?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you some photographs, first 51A through double I. If you would leave through A through double I, have you seen those before?
Yes, sir.
And just to confirm that they accurately depict the scene as you saw it back on May 28, 2022 on Kite Ridge Drive.
Yes.
At this time, the state offers exhibit number 51A through double I.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
I want to show you a couple photographs from these exhibits, Mr. Durr, just to make sure that we're oriented geographically. First, let's talk about A. Here's A. I don't know if it's focused in enough. First of all, overall, what is that?
So that's an overall photograph of the backyard area, leading out into a brush area, and in the background is Lithia Pinecrest Road.
All right, so I can see that there's some green cones or markers, and I can see one red marker. Can you tell us what the distinction is between the green markers and the red markers?
So the green markers were used in the backyard areas on the property. The red markers are what we used when we left the property line and then went down along the roadway.
Okay, and then what were the responsibilities of you in relation to the responsibilities of crime scene investigator Douglas?
I was to document the red markers, and he was to document the green ones.
Okay. And so, Exhibit 51B, that's a close-up of marker A, is that right?
Yes, sure. That's showing the general location of marker A.
Okay, and in that marker A indicates what, if anything, you did with that particular location?
So after photographing it, it appeared to be possible blood. So I collected the leaves that the actual items were on, the possible blood drops were on.
So you collected a leaf from the area of A?
Yes, sir.
Did you take it into evidence?
Yes, sir.
You kept it sealed, in sealed condition, so that it wouldn't, its integrity as evidence would not be disturbed?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the process of your work in this case, were there other red markers that were placed in the area that you've described?
Yes, sir.
The wooded area back in the Lithia Pinecrest?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you photograph double E. If you would take a look at double E. And give us an idea what that depicts.
So on the left-hand side of the photo, you see red marker D, and that's aiming then towards the right-hand side. You can see Lithia Pinecrest in the back, and that was the location of red marker E.
Okay. And so the backyard of 6207, 6209, if you're looking at that picture, would be to the right or to the left?
It would be to my left.
Your left. And double F of 51, is that another picture with marker E?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do the rest of the photographs in exhibit number 51 also coincide with the scenes from that same general area with your red markers that you placed in the area that you collected leaves as evidence in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right, number 66, I'm going to have you actually do the same thing. There's some photographs at 66A through double R. A through double R. If you would take a look at A through double R. Have you seen these photographs before? I just want to make sure that you read through them to make sure that they accurately depict the scene that you were working on May 28, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And they do? United States offers exhibit 66A through double R. State offers exhibit 66A through double R.
Judge, we have no objection.
Be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may. Just give me the number again. The number again?
I'm sorry, 66A
Oh.
through double R.
Okay, it was on the next page. Got it.
Okay, orient us, if you would, with exhibit 66B. What does this show?
So I am on the Lithia Pinecrest side of the wood line, that wood line brush area, and that would be facing kind of south.
Okay, and exhibit C, is that the same area?
Yes, sir. I'm just moving a little further down.
Okay, and I see there's an evidence marker there. Can you see which evidence marker that is?
I believe that is F, red marker F.
That's marker F. Do you remember what F had in relation to this investigation?
I know there was a potential blood drop
Okay.
in that area.
And do you recall whether or not any canine units were brought out to try to apprehend a suspect earlier before your arrival?
That was before my arrival, but that's what I was explained to me, yes, sir.
Okay. I want to show you what has been marked for identification as, what has been admitted as Exhibit 66N. Would you look at 66N and tell me if you can identify 66N? You zoom out. You recognize 66N?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So that is the area where the blood trail area kind of stopped and turned into the wood line. You can see the guy wires from a telephone pole on the right-hand side. And in the back, you can see a fence area from one of the other backyards.
And there are evidence markers G, H, I, and so on in that photograph as well?
Yes, sir.
And along with that, I want to show you what has been marked for what has been marked as 66S. If you would take a look at 66S and tell me what that is.
That is the blood stain area at red marker H.
And we saw a photograph of H before in the last photograph.
Yes, sir.
And here's T, 66T. Is that another close-up of that same area?
Yes, sir.
And do the rest of the photographs in this exhibit number 66 also indicate areas that were marked by you and that leaves that you took into evidence?
Yes, sir.
Does that include 66 double I? See it. And is 66 double I the same depiction? Those are your markers?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Durr, you mentioned that you took swabs you took into evidence leaves relating to the evidence markers in red that you have demonstrated, that you've told us about in these photographs. I want you to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 52. Take a look at 52 and tell me if this relates to that red marker that you described. Is that from red marker A?
Yes, sir.
And is that the sealed condition when you submitted it?
Yes, sir.
This appear to be the same condition today as when you sealed it back in May of 2022?
Yes, sir.
State outbreak number 52, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
52 admitted.
Now, at the conclusion or at the end of the investigation, did you assist your fellow officers in an attempt to try to locate a sharp weapon or an object that might be involved in this investigation.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about those efforts and what you did.
We searched the area in that wood line until it was areas where I could no longer fit. It was too dense for me to get into. Looking through the grass, looking up into the trees areas to see if anything might have gone up, down. I had no other detectives searched backyards while I was searching that other area.
Can you give us an idea, using that spot of blood that you talked about before, that was marked, using that as a reference point, can you give us an estimate as to the area that you attempted to search in that wooded area for a sharp object?
So it would have been around the area where we saw, I believe it was O and N. We saw the black metal fence along that area. It was pretty much the whole back side of that yard, and then the yard next to it. Obviously, it's on the back side of the fence in the wood line. To the north of that area, it got pretty dense where I was no longer able to get in there.
So you weren't able, because of that, you weren't able to search that area?
Correct.
You have one more, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Durr. I have no further questions of this witness.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
There was a blood trail along the fence line between the two residences, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a second blood trail along the back edge of the property line, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And a third blood trail that went straight across to the decedent's residence.
Yes, ma'am.
3 blood trails.
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated that a metal detector was used in order to look for a sharp object. Just to be clear, the area that was searched was the area where Matthew Terry was found injured, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I just have a moment?
I didn't use the metal detector though.
Oh, certainly, but you were there.
That's the area I searched. Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware that metal detectors were used to try to find something in the area where Matthew Terry was found,
Yes, ma'am.
and none was found.
Not that I know of. No, ma'am.
If I could just have one moment.
Absolutely.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Durr, you used the term trail when you said that there were 3 trails in that backyard. How are you using that term trail?
So a trail to me is just an area where droplets are found. So it's just our way of determining or delineating different markers. So as we came in with the markers, it's just an area. So if we knew one started and came across the yard, we tried to follow that one. Anything that came down the fence line, we tried to follow. Anything that left the property then was just another area.
Are you suggesting that is a specific designation of where someone walked?
Just possibly somebody walked through there, but we don't know and what.
So when you use the term trail, it connotes that you have possibly indicated there were 3 separate and distinct trails that you determined were involved in this investigation. Is that what your testimony is?
We don't know how many were involved. We're just saying it was just different areas.
Could be the same person with the same trail making 2 different trails?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained as to speculation.
Do you have any idea if someone was running and throwing off blood, are you saying that you have, based upon what you observed, a definite notion that those 3 trails are 3 separate trails?
Objection would call for a blood spatter examination.
Hold on, approach.
Right, Mr. Durr, on cross-examination, you followed the suggestion that there were 3 separate trails. What I want you to do is explain what it is that you observed out there at the scene which caused you to conclude, if you did conclude, that there were 3 separate and distinct trails.
So we had the one, what I think of as Trail 1, which led from the back of the decedent's residence straight across the backyards, kind of at a diagonal up to the area where the decedent was located. Then I had a secondary one that led from the decedent straight down along the wooden fence line. And then the third trail to me was the trail that left the property, which we showed with the red markers.
Do you know, is there any other facts or circumstances which would lead you to conclude any other information about the trails when they were placed, or any other information other than what you testified about?
No, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
May this witness be released by the state
Yes, Your Honor.
and released by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Durr, you may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. Mr. Diaz, was the other witness here?
He's here. Ready to go.
All right, I'll ask you to call your next witness.
State calls Detective Anthony Watson.
Anthony Watson. Detective Watson?
Sir.
Afternoon. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir.
Thank you, Detective. If you'll follow the bailiff down to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Detective, if you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. My name is Detective Anthony Watson with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Detective Watson, how long in total have you been with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
27 years.
What is your current assignment with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I'm assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division, Homicide Section, but I'm attached to the State Attorney's Office as a liaison.
And let me be clear then. Do you work for the Sheriff's Office or do you work for my office, the Office of the Prosecutor, the State Attorney?
So I work for the Sheriff's Office. What I am is kind of a go-between between the State Attorney's Office and the Sheriff's Office. I kind of assist with court matters to make sure that deputies arrive on time to their court stuff, to make sure that they get their notifications, things like that, to make jobs easier between the State Attorney's Office and the Sheriff's Office.
Am I your boss?
No.
Is my boss your boss?
No.
Okay. I want to ask you, before you became the liaison between the Sheriff's Office and the State Attorney's Office, what were you doing?
I was a homicide detective within the Criminal Investigation Division, which I still am. I'm kind of that guy, break glass in case of emergency, that is called out if needed.
And how long were you in the homicide section?
I've been in Criminal Investigation Division for about 6 years, homicide specifically about 4.
I want to talk with you about an investigation that involved a defendant by the name of Matthew Terry, where you asked to assist Detective Kevin Ratu with obtaining a buccal sample from the defendant.
I was, sir.
And just so we know who you're talking about, do you see the person you came to know as Matthew Terry here in the courtroom?
I do, sir.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so I know exactly who it is you're talking about?
He's the gentleman that's sitting at the table to my right wearing the light-colored suit, blue shirt, blue tie, and the dark-rimmed glasses.
Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflects to identify the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Now, Detective, before we get into this, let's just talk about what is a buccal sample and how does one obtain that?
So a buccal swab is essentially, I'll make it in layman terms, it's a long Q-tip that we usually take and we insert inside of whoever we're trying to get the buccal swab from. We insert it inside their mouth, rub it vigorously on both cheeks, And what we're trying to do is get some skin cells and some saliva on the long Q-tip. It's about a 6-inch long Q-tip. And the purpose of that is for DNA comparison.
Do you do the DNA comparison yourself?
No, we do not.
All right, so you just go to where the defendant is, pull out your Q-tip, swab it against the mouth, and then impound that item. Is that correct?
That's pretty much it, sir.
Since you're attempting to obtain DNA, do you take any steps or precautions to make sure that you're not collecting anybody else's DNA other than the defendant?
Yes, sir. The swabs that we use, they're sealed inside of a small envelope. Before I take the buccal swab, I'll put on a fresh set of gloves, make sure that the swab envelope is opened, it's removed, placed directly inside the mouth, vigorously rub it for about 10 seconds on both sides of the mouth, place it back inside the envelope, and then I place it inside an additional envelope as well before it's impounded.
Right. So the buccal sample, other than whatever contact it makes with the envelope it comes in and goes back into, doesn't have contact with anything except a person's mouth.
That's correct, sir.
And you wear gloves through the entirety of the process?
Yes, sir.
Even when you put it into another envelope and ultimately impound it?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I want to show you what's from pre-marked to State's Exhibit number 63. Did you have a chance to look at this just a few minutes ago?
I did, sir.
And what is that?
This is the envelope containing the buccal swab that I obtained on August 31st from the defendant.
Now, it's just so there's no confusion. You're holding there kind of an orangey colored envelope. Is that the envelope you're talking about the swab goes into?
No, sir. If you'll give me one moment. The actual envelope is inside this larger envelope. So this is the envelope here that I put it inside of. So the buccal swab itself is contained within this envelope. This envelope is then taken to our evidence control section, placed inside the larger envelope where it's sealed, used for transport purposes.
All right, so for ease of description, I'm going to call it big envelope and little envelope.
Yes,
is
sir.
there anything about big envelope that in some way tells you that that is exactly the item that you ultimately impounded after taking a buccal sample from the defendant?
There is, sir. This is the evidence control section identifier, which has the case number on there, as well as the identification that I put on it, which was the swab taken from Matthew Terry on the date. And then on the back side would be my initials, as well as my ABN, which is my identifier.
And so what date is identified there as the date that you impounded this item?
August 31st, 2022, sir.
And is that the same day that you obtained the buccal sample, meaning you actually swabbed the Q-tip on the inside of the defendant's mouth?
It is, sir.
Now, as far as the envelope inside, the little envelope, how do you know that that's the right envelope?
So this envelope has my handwriting on the outside of it, here in red. It has the defendant's name, Matthew Terry. I also placed his date of birth as it was provided to me on that date verbally, and then I compared it on his wristband that he was wearing at that date. I put the case number on it, as well as the location I took it, which was courtroom 16, located downstairs in this building.
All right, so you actually came to court and met with the defendant when he was in court appearing in front of another judge with his attorneys?
That's correct, sir.
All right, and so other than the fact that that packaging now has red tape that indicates it says something about FDLE, whatever FDLE may be, is there anything about either of those packages that suggests that they have been tampered with or otherwise molested since you originally created them?
None whatsoever, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I would move into evidence what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 63.
Any objection to 63? No. 63 will be admitted at this time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Detective, any reason to believe, and again, you're not a DNA analyst, so you don't know if there's DNA here or not, but any reason for you to believe that if there is DNA on this, there's anybody's DNA other than the person whose mouth it came out of?
None whatsoever, sir.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just one question, just because of the way it was asked. When you said in front of another judge, it was an earlier hearing in this case, not some separate case, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be released by the state
Yes, Your Honor.
and
Thank
by
you.
the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let me have the attorney's approach. I'm not going to start a long witness now. It's been a long day for you, and the weather is probably getting worse outside. I have not had a chance. I've been a little busy, so I haven't had a chance to watch the news or any reports. But again, we are closed here tomorrow, and we are closed for the holiday on Friday. Then, of course, we're closed on Saturday and Sunday. So you get a 4-day weekend. We're not going to see you back until Monday, but we are still on track to finish next week. Please avoid any reports of this case outside of the courtroom. Please do not talk about this case with anyone. Please do not do research related to this case. Please have a safe day tomorrow in light of the tropical storm, whatever that brings us. Please have an enjoyable holiday on Friday, a nice weekend, and then we will see you back here on Monday morning. We'll bring you in the courtroom at 9 a.m. Again, thank you all very much for your patience, your time, and your service. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Where are we on it? I know you're talking to the clerk about evidence.
I believe I have 4 pieces of evidence left. There is the defendant short, which is being detected for 2 text messages.
Wait, give me the numbers.
55 and 56. Those are both detected for 2.
Okay, did 54 come in?
54 is the screenshot that came in through Kelly Andrews. It was the
Oh, it was early. It was early.
I call it screenshots, but they're actually pictures.
Okay.
And so 55, 56, 64, and 65, which is Anacondas.
Okay, yep, I've got, that's consistent with what I have.
Yeah, that's correct.
64 and 65.
Yes.
Is there anything we can do or talk about to expedite things? Mr. Diaz, I know that you indicated at the bench that you were now a little bit behind. Unfortunately, we knew we were not going to be here working on Friday, but unfortunately now we're taking Thursday
I
off.
understand that. I have the remaining 4 witnesses. I will, I'll have actually more than witnesses, but I have all the remaining witnesses.
You expect, though, to rest then on Monday?
Yes.
Okay, all right, very good. So just be ready. I know there were other potential witnesses besides the defendant. I don't want to talk to him until, the last possible opportunity to see if he wants to testify or not. I know that you submitted some jury instructions. Just start looking at them because things will pick up quickly next week. So I don't want any last minute. If you see anything, let them know. If you have any additional that you'll be requesting, also let them know.
Certainly.
All right.
Your Honor, I don't believe defense filed a trial witness list. I know that they provided me a guilt phase witness list as part of discovery, basically.
I know they read a list during jury selection.
Yeah, they didn't read any names that were different. I just wanted to confirm.
Well,
that
you
that's
said
true.
that they did. You said that 3 of the names that they read were names you hadn't heard of before.
Those were witnesses that they added for penalty phase, it
Okay.
turned out.
Okay.
There were 3 deputies that they added to their list for penalty phase, which were added that morning. They're not guilt phase, so
All right.
that's why I didn't
All
bring
right.
that issue up again.
So are you requesting a list of potential witnesses?
I would like to know. I mean, I've got 4 days of.
I did file one, but it wouldn't be anybody that wasn't already on the list.
So there is a defense witness list.
Not a trial witness list. There's a witness list they provided, like discovery witness list. It just says guilt
All right,
phase.
but they're saying it's the same.
I got it. I understand.
witness.
Just confirming.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
What time do you want us here Monday?
Same time. We'll try to get started at 9. So if y'all want to get here, 8:30, 8:45. I don't think we don't have anything to discuss like we did this morning. There's no reason to specifically come in before that, but I like to see your faces and make sure everybody's here a little while before the jury.
So
And-
did you say 8:30 or 8:45?
No. We're going to start at 9, so 8:45ish is more than good enough.
It would be my request that if the defense is going to ask for any instructions different than what is already in the packet, for them to let me know that I can work on them over the weekend, because obviously I'm just going to be burning through witnesses on Monday. I can't exactly be sitting altering instructions at that point.
Well, if we're in a situation where I have to give you time, I will. I told them to take a look and see, but obviously if for whatever reason they don't, I'm sure they'll try, but if they don't, it won't be the end of the world. I'll give you as much time as you need, Mr. Diaz.
Yes,
I
sir.
promise. Well, stay safe tomorrow. Enjoy the holiday. Have a nice weekend, and I'll see you here on Monday.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.